Neither have the Thackerays. But wait a second, talking of the Thackerays, I've got this tweet coming in from BJP Tamil Nadu leader Annamalai, who has now said the people of Mumbai have spoken with crystal clarity. The historic victory of the Mahayuti alliance in the BMC elections is a resounding endorsement of development-first governance. He's talked about the triple engine, tangible development for every citizen, while the opposition trafficked in divisive narratives aimed at fragmenting the people. Mumbai chose unity, progress and inclusive growth. So Annamalai hitting out Vishwas Pathak at the kind of jibes he faced at the hands of Raj Thackeray.
Of course, he has got every right to say so. See, Mr. Annamalai is a very learned person. He was an IPS officer. He was president of our BJP unit. And whatever he said here in Mumbai, it was put out of context by Mr. Raj Thackeray. And the way he took jibe, it was not appreciated by this public. And that is the reason why BJP got benefited and they are the loser. And see, otherwise also for Mr. Raj Thackeray and Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, they don't have anything to really talk about. So they keep on talking like that. They are used to getting clappings from public. They are good entertainer, but there is no substance at all when they speak. I think Mr. Annamalai has got every right to say so.
Yeah, but Krishna Hegde was on my show discussing what had happened between Annamalai and Raj Thackeray. He was very nervous about defending Annamalai's statement. So you were also, your parties were also very nervous about what impact it could have. Now you can say it has worked in our favor.
No, Shivani, I had clearly said that Annamalai's words were twisted out of context. And, there was no need to get into an entire anti-South Indian tirade there. Because we are talking about development, you are talking about alienation of communities. You are talking anti-Uttar Bharatiya, you are talking anti-South Indian, you are talking anti-Gujarati, and you want to win Mumbai. Is it possible? It is just not possible. Look at the, clarity in which the Mahayuti said, our mayor is going to be a Marathi, our mayor is going to be a Hindu. We are working for development. We are not against any religion. We are inclusive. And whatever the schemes the state government has been giving or the central government has been giving is for all communities, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai. All the infrastructure work we are doing in Mumbai or Maharashtra, housing scheme, cluster development, Pagdi issues which we are sorting out, upgradation of hospitals, schools, whatever development work, Atal Setu, Sea Lane, Coastal Road, you can name it, you can go through 100 development works. Everything is for everybody in Mumbai, for everybody in Maharashtra.
Maybe it worked in your favor given the kind of vitriol that came against Annamalai from Raj Thackeray. He was doubling down, but it didn't work for him. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. I want to go across to Poonam Mahajan, senior leader of the BJP and former MP in Lok Sabha. Big win for the BJP this, Poonam Mahajan. Now the single largest party at all levels in Maharashtra and the party to beat.
See, this is historic for us and very humbling also. In Mumbai, people have trusted. 2017 election we just lost it by few votes. But now in 2026, people of Mumbai trusted in BJP as being a single largest party, and we take this as a strong responsibility that the plans we have for Mumbai metropolitan region and for Maharashtra will be placed more smoothly than any other emotional politics has been played for past election time.
But why were these elections so crucial for the BJP? Was it about getting back at the Thackerays, not just Uddhav, even Raj Thackeray, who had earlier softened towards the BJP, eventually moved away?
No, first of all, for us, every election is crucial because we take people's vote very seriously. That's point number one. So any election is there, it's not about any personal vendetta, it's about people's work. Point number two, Shiv Sena brothers getting together, wonderful for them. Whatever emotions they have put in people, I understand. But people also don't want an emotional game to be played for every 5 years for election. What they want is good roads, development in their own cities, something for their own future and for the city and for the country. So I think for us, it's not about against a person and a party, it's about idea which BJP has always carried for people. And for us, every election is crucial because we want to perform and we want to take forward every developmental plan for our country's people.
So, according to you, how do you read into this verdict and the element of the Marathi Manus vote? Because it's not as if Uddhav Thackeray has completely lost out.
See, I have said this everywhere in Maharashtra. Okay, from Gram Panchayat Sadasya, Gram Sevak to Chief Minister of Maharashtra is always selected and elected by people of Maharashtra who are Marathi Manus. I understand they have got their numbers, but the maximum Marathi Manus and Mumbaikar has voted for BJP and Shiv Sena's Mahayuti. Um, Somehow I am not looking at their numbers. What I'm looking at is performance of BJP from 2012 to 2017 to 2026, where it shows that it's been an incline and it shows more of a responsibility and trust of the people in BJP to perform for their city.
So, I want to discuss Pune and Pimpri Chinwad, where the Pawars came together. Ajit Pawar, of course, being with you, your ally at the state level, but it didn't work for them, except for a few municipal corporations like Thane, of course, Shinde Sena has done well, and Latur, where Congress has done well. Barring that, BJP is now in pole position. It's a transformation that BJP has been working for a very long time. I think they were eyeing being the single largest party in Maharashtra for a while now.
Yes, I mean, I still remember in 1989 when the first time then Balasaheb Thackeray, Shiv Sena and BJP got together to put in strength for their own parties to, it took for us almost 7-8 years. At 95, then we had a Mahayuti Sarkar first time in Maharashtra. But after that, after Balasaheb's he started not taking that interest, the internal fights and the politics in Shiv Sena taking a lot of turns. But for us, most important was the trust of the people. We always have respect for Balasaheb Thackeray, his belief for Maharashtra. And I think from 1989 to now 2026, it's been a long time. And a consistent effort for people through our karyakartas and belief of the people in the Prime Minister's vision and the Chief Minister of Maharashtra's vision has taken us this far. And we take this we are grateful to the people of Maharashtra, and it's a responsibility which we want to carry on forward.
No, but opposition members allege that the BJP works on this phenomenon of eating up regional parties, but even their own alliance members. So now that the BJP is so strong in Maharashtra, there are questions arising of what happens to Eknath Shinde or even Ajit Pawar.
I think I think opposition should worry about themselves after these elections than talking about our allies. We will take care of our allies. I think they should be worrying about themselves, their families, family parties, how they're going to look forward to their own ideas. I think that is more important, and they should take defeat more humbly than just changing the goalpost again.
Okay, so finally tell me, what can Mumbai really look forward to now? Because there will be no excuse. You have to transform this city, which has very deep-rooted issues. The BJP wanted this triple-engine Sarkar, and now it has this massive budget at its disposal. Public will really be on your head for delivery now.
Of course, and there is no excuse. I mean, that's not how BJP works. And we would of course, we have a plan for Mumbai. We've already been working through most important, connecting Mumbai. That's more important for us. Public transport, hospitals, how Mumbai should hold its own strength. And just to, reduce the pressure on Mumbai, we are working on every Mumbai metropolitan regions, municipalities, where all these are big municipalities, and we are actually working together under the umbrella of Mumbai metropolitan region. So we develop everything in such way that Mumbai itself develop itself, and the pressure of Mumbai goes and distributes in other larger constituencies also.
All right, I do thank you, Poonam Maharajun, for joining us. And pollster Pradeep Gupta of Axis My India spoke to us about his predictions for these elections that have come true almost exactly. He spoke about the BJP emerging as the single largest party in Maharashtra and what really got them this win.
If you see my prediction report, we have clearly said that if these numbers are based on the voter turnout, because in a city-based election, voter turnout plays a very vital role, and 54% voter turnout, now it end up near to 53, and 1%, I have also written that 1% will impact about 10 seats for Mahayuti. So, which is the case. My range would have been in this case 121 to 141, and precisely the 130 what is likely to be there.
So, in your exit poll, you obviously saw the Mahayuti combine being, the single largest and clearly crossing that halfway mark of 114. But did you anticipate the BJP alone doing so well?
Yes, it was anticipated, but my range for BJP itself was about 95 seats. So they done little better than that, 99 what I can see on your screen. And Shinde Sena actual tally is 31. So in your screen it is showing 26, it is actually 31. We have predicted about 35 to 40 odd seat for these in this Sena.
So how do you, what do you feel, did you feel worked so well favorably both for Mahayuti but particularly for the BJP? Because this is a big shift in Mumbai politics now.
Yes, definitely yes, and we'll have to see that the kind of demography evolved over the last 20 years, particularly of Mumbai, for that matter, overall metropolitan region. So, what had happened actually in last these many years, the Marathi votes total contribution has reduced, and the North Indians, Gujaratis, Rajasthani, and others has increased. So, at this time it is 37% to be precise. The Maharashtrian votes contributes in the BMC, and about 19% to the Muslim or the minority. Rest 44%. Some is of course Christian. So about 40 to 42% is non-Muslim, non-Marathi, and that is where BJP, the reverse polarization happens. And what you see actually in our, when we come the vote share between these community group, Marathi BJP plus 30, UBT 49, half of the total Marathi vote share secured by UBT. Among the North Indian, there you see the sharp hike in favor of BJP plus 68%, and UBT only 90%. South Indian 61% to BJP plus 21 to this. Gujarati, Rajasthani 69% for BJP plus and 18%. So here you can see the clear cut. Had there been an alliance of Congress like Lok Sabha or for that matter assembly election, this picture would have been little different.
Right. So you are, of course, talking about how not coming together has hurt the Mahavikas Aghadi quite a bit in these elections. But, these elections are also being seen as a litmus test for that quote-unquote Marathi vote. What were your predictions, and do you think the results are now proving to be correct? It's not as if Uddhav has lost all of that Marathi vote. MNS has performed really badly, I'm sure according to their own expectations. But how much of that was the BJP Shinde Sena able to get versus Uddhav Thackeray and MNS, the Marathi vote?
Yeah, so as far as Marathi vote goes, see, you have to see this thing in pockets. So there are three big regions within BMC. One is the Greater Bombay, which start from the other side, the Matunga to Kolaba, and this side, Mahim to Kolaba. So this is one pocket where the Thackeray brothers has scored very good. In fact, in Dadar, Bhiwandi, Dadar, Parel, Lalbagh, Worli, all these areas, Shivaji Park, Thackeray brothers has done very good. But when it comes to the central suburbs, where the vote, the Marathi in particular votes has split between Shinde and Thackeray brothers, particularly Marathi brothers, where the Bhandup, Mulund, all these areas are concerned, and which is the bordering or the neighboring to the Thane, where the Shinde come from, the strong or the bastion of Eknath Shinde hold. And when it comes to the western suburbs, where BJP has done extremely well, like all these elections in the past. So this is something I would say the case. And MNS coming to the fold of the both Thackeray brothers contesting the election, what had happened to some extent, it has consolidated the Maharashtrian votes, but the other side, it also consolidated heavily the other non-Marathi, non-Muslim votes. And as far as the Muslim vote goes, they are also voted differently in three pockets, which is where the predominantly the Muslim minority vote, you can say, which is the Bhaikala, Paidhuni, Kalbadevi. This is the town area where Congress and MIM has secured almost half of the vote. The third is UBT among the minority vote.
So, what is the headline? What is the headline really as far as the Marathi vote is concerned? Can the Thackeray still claim they still have very much the support of the Marathi Manos, or has that shifted if we compare it to past elections?
I will say I don't get into all this Marathi vote or this vote or that vote. Whatever the verdict people have given, definitely they have given for the development. And when I say development, in our report, in our exit poll finding, there were issues like drainage system, because 60% of the population residing in chawls and slum area, where during the rainy time they get a very hard time. That's one. Two, the garbage collection. Third, the pesticides, and during that time, particularly dengue, malaria, all these issues had. Because last 4 years, there is no local representative available, because of this election is being held now after 9 years. So this is something very important, and when people vote, they see good development by the BJP, particularly state government, so as the central government, and they believe particularly large infrastructural projects.
Yes.
Whether it's the coastal road or whether the metro, multiple metros, and so Atal Setu, so many things. They see, without central support or without the state government support, it is not possible. And we know, although that Mumbaikars and particularly Marathi Manis are smart enough to select the right candidate, party for that matter.
Let's also get you some other updates that we've been tracking. Violence broke out in Murshidabad and North Dinajpur districts of West Bengal during the special intensive revision of electoral rolls. Protesters vandalized government offices and blocked highways. In Farakka, Murshidabad, a mob targeted the BDO office, disrupting SIR hearings. The unrest later spread to Chakulia in North Dinajpur, where protesters blocked a state highway and vandalized the BDO office as well, causing estimated damage of 20 lakh rupees. Several police personnel are also injured. An FIR has now been registered. The Election Commission has directed authorities to identify and arrest those responsible. After Farakka in Murshidabad, unrest linked to the SIR spread to other parts of Bengal. As I mentioned, violence reported in Chakulia as well. Mob violence has also been reported in Beldanga following the death of a labourer in Jharkhand. In the latest development, we are learning that 19 people have been arrested in the Chakulia violence case.
বেলডাঙ্গা আপনারা জানেন কাদের কাদের প্ররোচনা আছে, আমি আর নতুন করে বলতে চাই না। দেখো, ক্ষোভটা স্বাভাবিক, যেহেতু হাজার হাজার লোককে নোটিশ পাঠাচ্ছে, পরিযায়ী শ্রমিকদের উপর অত্যাচার হচ্ছে, যুক্ত হয়ে যাচ্ছে, বিজেপি এই দাঙ্গাগুলো লাগাচ্ছে এবং এর পেছনে গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়ার এজেন্সি আছে। আমি এটাকে নিন্দা করি, তীব্র নিন্দা করি, এবং আমি সংখ্যালঘু ভাই বোনদের কাছেও আবেদন করব, যারা করছেন শান্তিপূর্ণভাবে আমাদের উপর ভরসা রাখুন। সর্বধর্ম সমন্বয়ের সাথে আছি, সব মানুষের সাথে আছি।
মানুষকে যেভাবে হ্যারাস করা হচ্ছে, এটা ক্ষোভের বহিঃপ্রকাশ। এরা ঘুষপেটিয়ার কথা বলে, আমাদের বাংলাদেশি বলে। এই যে 58 লক্ষ নাম বাদ গেছে, তাদের মধ্যে কজন বাংলাদেশি? আপনারা জিজ্ঞেস করুন বিজেপি নেতাদের। মানুষের ক্ষোভের বহিঃপ্রকাশ। কিন্তু আমি আপনাদের মাধ্যমে অ্যাপিল করতে পারি যে মানুষ যাতে শান্ত থাকে, সংযত থাকে। সবার উপর যে চাপ তৈরি করেছে ইলেকশন কমিশন, 2 বছরের কাজ 2 মাসে করতে হবে, এর জন্য একমাত্র দায়ী ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টি এবং ইলেকশন কমিশন। এরা ভাবছে নোটিশ পাঠিয়ে মানুষকে শিক্ষা দেবো, মানুষ ভোট দেয়নি বলে। যত নোটিশ এরা পাঠাবে, বিজেপির ভোট তত কমবে।
See, a similar kind of pattern was also observed during the when CA was passed in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and also during the Waqf. So it's a pattern. So it is nothing to relate with SIR or CA or the Waqf. The main thing is the communal Muslim force. Some portion of the Muslim community has become, actually they have been radicalized by the preachers. Those are from Bangladesh, and some people from this part of the state also. They are ready to disrupt the normal life.
Let's also get you the latest on the biggest international story we're tracking. Tensions are rising between US and Iran. The Pentagon has now redirected the US Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group from the South China Sea towards the Gulf region, a move signaling Washington's readiness, possibly for a kinetic action against Iran. US defense officials say the redeployment comes as unrest inside Iran intensifies and as Tehran's proxies step up missile and militia threats across the region. The strike group, currently transiting westward, is expected to arrive within a week, bolstering American deterrence alongside allies like Israel. With the carrier's arrival, the US is sending a clear message it is prepared to respond if the situation escalates. Let's break this down for you. USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft and some of its escort warships are heading towards the Middle East from the South China Sea. It had departed San Diego in late November 2025 with almost no fanfare. Nor did the Department of Defense announce where it would be deployed. But it will take about 4 days for the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group to transit from the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East.
Tells CNN that the Pentagon is now moving a carrier strike group, most likely led by the USS Abraham Lincoln, to the Middle East. It is due to the anti-government uprising, obviously, in Iran and the regime's brutal crackdown on protesters. At least 2,400 people reportedly been killed by security forces, though the actual number, frankly, is not known and may be much higher. President Trump has warned the U.S. will help protesters if the killings continue, and the White House says all options are on the table. But tonight, sources say that Israel and several Gulf states have asked the White House to hold off on striking Iran. We're joined by Democratic Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander of New Hampshire. She's a member of the Armed Services Committee and was a Navy intelligence officer. Congresswoman, thanks for being here. The deployment of this carrier group to the Middle East would suggest at least being in a forward posture that would allow military action. President Trump has really ratcheted down his rhetoric in the past 24 hours, especially after he was allegedly told by Iran that they would halt the executions of prisoners. Where do you think this is headed?
Anderson, I think part of the challenge of this moment is it's anyone's guess. The president has been dizzying in the cavalier way that he's talked about the use of force and the way that he's deployed military force. Look, there is a strong bipartisan coalition in Congress who shares his basic view that the Iranian regime is a brutal and determined enemy of the United States, and the president should work with Congress on a bipartisan basis to make sound decisions that are rooted in facts and that are in the best interest of the American people. Unfortunately, that has not happened.
They know well that what we tell we do, and we don't tell anything which we cannot do.
मुझे लगता है कि ये क्लैरिटी पुणे का जनता में बिल्कुल आई है कि काम होगा तो बिल्कुल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के माध्यम से होगा.
Who knows the pulse of people more? It is BJP, the Mahayuti.
The MNS has shown very poor performance.
Marathi votes total contribution has reduced.
ये हमारी आर्थिक राजधानी है. मुंबई को मुंबई जैसे बनाएंगे हम, और ये पूरी तरह जो स्थगित स्टे देने का काम करने वालों को मुंबई वासियों ने हटा दिया है.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Welcome back. Maharashtra Civic poll result has trailed at just a dismal 70. NDA sources say that the Mumbai numbers have already indicated that the combined vote share of the Bharatiya Janata Party is standing at 34% over that, in fact, and Shiv Sena 20%, 54% decisively pushed the UBT and MNS combined to the margins. The Sharad Pawar-Ajit Pawar reunion in their strongholds Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad seems to have flopped massively. This as the BJP has taken a huge lead in both the civic polls in Pimpri Chinchwad. The Bharatiya Janata Party is ahead in 70 votes, which is what has also spelled this historic victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. While the Pawars are leading in 40 watts, the spotlight, of course, has been on BMC, the Thackeray brothers that reunited to reclaim their heritage and stood against the BJP Shiv Sena alliance, but all in vain. On that note, let's quickly go across to Yesha Kotak, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Yesha, if you could give us a sense of what's happening at the BJP headquarters, what's the mood like?
So right behind me is a BJP state headquarters. Like you see, celebrations have started ever since this afternoon, but clearly right now there is a long wait because the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, under whose guidance we saw that there was this spectacular win of the Mahayuti across the entire state, not only BMC, but we've seen that in most of the municipal corporations. There were 29 municipal corporations that went in for polls, of which 24 is where clearly the BJP is leading, and which is where there's a celebration that's being held here. You see there's the saffron flags all across the street. The entire party office has been adorned with garlands. There are firecrackers which await, and of course, like every time whenever there's a win, we see there are jalebis which are usually made right outside the party office, which are then distributed to Karyakartas. In fact, in order to support the BJP, we've also seen that there are workers from RPI which have gathered right outside the BJP office. This is because they were in alliance with RPI this election. Of course, before the election, we'd seen how there was a constant to and fro between the leaders of Mahayuti and Ramdas Thackeray, but that clearly was resolved, and there have been people who've come to support him. In fact, there were chants of Deva Bhau that could be heard a while back. There are also dhol tashas which have been called in. But as of now, of course, all eyes on BJP office as there's a long wait for the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, for the state Chief of BJP Ravindra Chauhan, and also for the BJP Mumbai Chief Amit Sato.
Yeah, yes. The sense of pride, not to forget the fact that it is a historic moment for BJP, which has in fact shot to power after, say, 26 years. What's interesting is that, Eknath Shinde, in that exclusive that he's given to CNN News 18, has said that this moment is also about how this is a victory for politics of inclusivity and is a befitting response to politics of hatred.
Absolutely. In fact, when we speak of this, it has taken 25 years. Of course, when we speak of the earlier BMC as well, both the Shiv Sena and BJP were in power. But as of now, when we speak to several leaders from the Mahayuti, they've said that it was just a support. They were not leading the role. Is a state is what the BJP has claimed. Here clearly, the whole mandate was about having a triple engine sarkar. The one at the center, at state, and also at BMC. In fact, throughout the election, we've seen that there's been a constant echo that we've seen across the leaders of Mahayuti that they'd be working for the development of the city, and particularly attributing all of this to the infrastructure projects that have been undertaken, or rather inaugurated in the last couple of years. Apart from that, the whole narrative that we speak of when it comes to the interview that's been given by Eknath Shinde, he's been referring to the whole Marathi versus Hindu debate, and that is something that was clearly on the minds, that was a clear political narrative just ahead of elections. But what's important to note is that for a Mumbaikar, it is usually all about development. A Mumbaikar, that we spoke of in the run-up to the elections, they clearly said that all of this is just political narrative that they really not really buy to, and which is where what's important to note is that while of course the figures of the polling were not great as compared to any other civic body, but on the other hand, for a place like BMC, where the polling is usually at a lower level, the figures came out to be decent level, and which was a clear indication that the voters had come out in support of Mahayuti, because clearly, in case of a change that.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Krishna Hegde, I want to begin with you. Because many are wondering about what happens to Eknath Shinde or your faction of the Shiv Sena, given that you haven't really been able to pull your weight. Your strike rate isn't as good as what the BJP has managed. They weren't only the bigger partner in this alliance, they've also left you quite far behind in the strike rate.
Not at all, Shivani. We are, competing as one cohesive unit, the Mahayuti. And we have won. This is the fourth election we are winning together. First in the Lok Sabha, then in the Vidhan Sabha, then the local body elections, and now the BMC. Like you see, the Shiv Sena has clearly won Thane. And here also in Mumbai, without the Shiv Sena, the victory is not complete. So Devendra Fadnavis ji is the captain of the ship. He is the captain of our aircraft. Eknath Shinde ji is the co-pilot of the aircraft. One is the captain, one is the vice captain of our team. And therefore, this team is going from strength to strength. And therefore, we cannot take credit from anybody. We have to give Devendra Fadnavis his due. The Karyakartas and leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party their due. They have worked very hard to, bring out a resounding victory in 6 out of 29 corporations. And similarly, the Shiv Sena leaders and Shiv Sena Karyakartas also together with the Bharatiya Janata Party have worked very hard for this alliance. And therefore, we won 4 times. And
but you concede that Eknath Shinde, who was so important in the state because of that whole split with the Sena and the and the pull that he had, now that whole pull is reducing because the BJP on its own, one could argue, can carry most of its weight, most of the alliance's weight.
Not at all. See, we have contested in lesser number of seats, and we have also won over 30 seats in Mumbai. In Thane, we have swept Thane. In Navi Mumbai, we are neck to neck with the Bharatiya Janata Party. In several other places where we have contested together, we are an absolute winner. And therefore, we are looking at the Mahayuti and we are looking at Bharatiya Janata Party number 1 and Shiv Sena number 2.
Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I am Anand Narsimhan. Results from the Maharashtra Civic polls show the strong performance by the BJP-led alliance, which has crossed the 100-seat mark in the maximum city of Mumbai. In contrast, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray or Ubata faction in the alliance with Raj Thackeray has been trounced. The numbers from Mumbai underline the scale of the Mahayuti's advantage. The BJP's 34% vote share combined with Shiv Sena's 20% has delivered a commanding 54% cumulative vote, effectively pushing the UBT MNS combined to the margins in the maximum city. In Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad, traditionally considered strongholds of the Pawar factions, the much anticipated Sharad Pawar Ajit Pawar reunion appears to have failed to translate into electoral momentum. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has yet again targeted the Election Commission and now accusing it of vote chori. The BJP has responded aggressively, dismissing the allegations and branding Rahul Gandhi as part of the Bahana Brigade, accusing the opposition of preparing excuses for defeat. But here are the big numbers and let's have a look at it. The numbers speak for themselves, viewers. The numbers very clearly show that the BJP has only consolidated from his previous position, going up about 10 seats now already, 93 leads. The Shiv Sena in 29. Shiv Sena Ubata or the Uddhav Thackeray faction has actually slipped. The last time around they had 84 seats, they've come down to 61 and the MNS has been able to muster only 9. So the Thackeray brothers coming together in Mumbai has not been able to save Mumbai for them. They had dominated Mumbai. The Shiv Sena under the Thackerays or the Thackeray name had dominated Mumbai local polls and that considered it as their god for the last 27 years. That's changed. Now, party-wise, if you look at the strike rate, look at that. The Shiv Sena strike rate under Uddhav Thackeray or Ubata strike rate is 37%, MNS is 17%. The same, if you look at the BJP, their strike rate admirable, contesting in 135 seats, nearly 70% strike rate, and Eknath Shinde returning yet another decent performance in Mumbai, which is not a stronghold. Thane, he's routed Uddhav Thackeray's Sena. 11% strike rate for the Congress party, 69% for the BJP. Should the Congress actually complain? Because if we look at the number of rallies each one did and who did the hard yards on ground, it shows the results. The results actually mirror that. NCP 0%, contested 80 seats, they got nothing. And NCP Sharad Pawar again 10 seats, got nothing. So Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar failing in Mumbai altogether, outrightly rejected. But this family that came together even in Pune has not been able to yield much results there. So they have failed there too. Here's a look at the wider MMR, Mumbai Metropolitan Region, and let's try and understand the numbers there. So when we say Mumbai, wider Mumbai Metropolitan Region, we are looking at Kalyan, Dombivli, Thane, Navi Mumbai. So that's the whole greater Mumbai area. 24 out of 29 civic bodies of the MMR overall, Maharashtra region also, if you look at it, Maharashtra Metropolitan, all of it, 29 Mahanagar Palikas, 24 of them, it's the BJP plus. These numbers are they just set all matters to rest. All doubters can now say Maharashtra firmly has voted in favor of a triple engine sarkar. The confidence in the leadership of Devendra Fadnavis at the state, Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the centre, and even the civic bodies. So the big cities which are going to power Bharat's Vikas from this growth engine that is the state of Maharashtra, they have all come back and voted for the BJP or the BJP plus, that is the Mahayuti. Look at the numbers, they speak for themselves. Out of 2,869 seats, 1,441. So more than half have gone in favor of the BJP plus Shiv Sena. And that's the number that everybody needs to look at. But the other one is right at the bottom. AIMIM has pinched 108. From about 35, they've gone up to 108. So there is a Muslim vote consolidation in favor of AIMIM away from the Congress and the NCP and even the Shiv Sena Ubata faction. So these are things which are perhaps some big takeaways. So let's take a quick look at those takeaways. The major shift in Maharashtra politics, Mumbai and the most major cities vote for a triple engine sarkar. The BJP emerges the largest party. Devendra Fadnavis further consolidates and brand Modi wins the trust of the Maharashtra voter even at the civic body level. Thackeray is voted out of Mumbai after 26 years and trounced in Thane. Pawars marginalized, slipped behind the BJP in Pimpri-Chinchwad and also in Pune by a huge margin. So where the BJP further consolidates after they ousted the Pawars the last time around. Ajit Pawar's NCP may even find itself out of the equation in the Mahayuti because there is no need for it right now. Lack of public connect and lackluster campaigning haunting the opposition. Limits of insular parochial politics, a message for regional parties that this entire divisive agenda, calling leaders Rasmalai, trying to divide and threaten and bring in language and identity politics doesn't work in a Naya Bharat. And another morale-sapping defeat for the opposition with implications for national politics too. It's the first mega victory in 2026 that buoys the NDA for tough state elections early summer and also thereafter through the course of the year. Bharat's richest municipal body serving the nation's business capital may see a big revamp and perhaps a huge thrust towards completing certain projects that would take Mumbai to the levels of some of the top international cities in the world. Mumbai's impending transformation to impact Bharat's economic credibility too. In fact, counting was held for 2,869 seats across 893 wards in 29 municipal corporations across Mumbai metropolitan region. BJP Shiv Sena won 1,441 seats and we saw those numbers. Those numbers speak for themselves. Now we got big news coming through. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just tweeted and he has said, "Thank you Maharashtra." Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying, "Thank you Maharashtra. The dynamic people of the state have blessed the NDA's agenda of pro-people good governance. The results of various municipal corporation elections indicate the NDA's bond with the people of Maharashtra has further deepened. Our track record and vision for development have struck a chord. My gratitude to the people across Maharashtra. This is a vote to add momentum to progress and celebrate the glorious culture the state is associated with." So Prime Minister's message coming in just about 3 minutes ago, where he has very humbly and profusely thanked the people of Maharashtra for underwriting and underlining the faith that they reposed in the assembly elections, even in the civic body polls. And this is critical, viewers. This is critical, this triple engine Sarkar, to further the growth and to also push in the implementations that are required for Mumbai to be ready for the future. Mumbai to become the hub of a huge amount of economical activity, and for Maharashtra as a state to be one of the first to touch 1 trillion as an individual state itself with its output. So a 1 trillion economy, if Maharashtra is able to get, then Bharat gets closer to that magical number of 5 trillion. And joining us now is a lady who's seen it all. When they wrote him off, she was there as a pillar of strength. And today, as he has proved all of them wrong and further entrenched himself in the politics of Maharashtra as a tall leader, she must be proud. Let's go straight across to her, Amruta Fadnavis ji, wife of Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis. Amruta ji, namaste, Jai Hind, bahut bahut badhai. How does it feel?
Very happy, overwhelmed, and very thankful to Modi ji for his guidance, for his vision, and the hard work put in Maharashtra by each and every Karyakarta, and also by Devendra ji and his associates, Mahayuti, because of which this stunning victory was possible.
It's not just long ago when he was literally written off as a failure, as somebody who will not survive in Maharashtra politics. You were there as a pillar of strength. When you look back at that time and you look at today, what is going through your mind?
I just feel that people are the real judges of who is doing what for Maharashtra. And yes, there are ups and downs. Politics is synonymous to that. But one has to keep his integrity intact, keep on working for the people, and people recognize it one day or the other.
Amruta ji, you are his pillar of strength, and he has often said that. He said that to me too. And he finds a lot of strength, draws a lot of strength from you. What was his outlook ahead of this entire civic body elections? This was also quite tough. Was he ready for this challenge?
He was quite confident, and whenever I used to ask him what he felt about it, he always showcased a confident front, so which make others, even the Karyakartas and naturally me, confident that he would sweep it and Mahavayuti would sweep it. And definitely people have very well opted out of caste politics, of regional politics, and come off it and come and have voted for politics of good governance, politics of development, and the way across various cities in Maharashtra. It's all to be seen. So it was awarded by people, rewarded by people, thankfully.
Well, we see the voter ink on your left index finger. ये मिटा नहीं, because a lot of people are saying vanishing ink लगाया है.
मुझे तो ऐसा नहीं लगा. और देखिए अभी what all the reasons are given are really I think so they are excuses for their the way they have performed. And I think so जो जीता वही सिकंदर है, ये मान के उन्हें सपोर्ट करके महाराष्ट्र के लिए बाकी भी लोग काम करें, यही मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट उनको कर सकती हूँ.
Well, this is in a way quite historic, because the Thackeray bandhus came together to fight for Mumbai. The Pawar family came back for Pimpri Chinchwad, for Pune. They all came together to mount this challenge, saying हमसे बेहतर महाराष्ट्र को कोई नहीं जानता. They all seem to have fallen at the hustings. Your thoughts?
I would just say that since last 2 years, Devendra ji had been tagged as a person जिन्होंने पक्ष फोड़े हैं और family story है which was hurting. But that these people have come together again. Thackerays who reunited after years, and even Pawars who recently reconciled. So I would say Devendra ji ने लोगों को जोड़ा भी है opposition parties ke. So at least that credit should be given to him. And there's nothing to say about who knows the pulse of people more. It is BJP, the Mahayuti, which is relentlessly worked for the people, and they naturally know the pulse much better. The results are showing that.
So let me ask you this. Are you a little relieved or perhaps happy, looking forward that your husband perhaps will come back home not thinking of politics tonight and spend some quality time with the family, at least tonight?
I think so. I have already given him away for the betterment of people. So I'm not relieved that I would have his company more. In fact, I would have his little company even less. But I'm happy about it because I feel the goal for state development, national development is much higher. And this we are learning from our own Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for the way he has left everything and just devoted himself to the betterment of his people.
Given him away for the service of the people. Wow, what a big sacrifice. That must be quite tough, Amrita ji.
That is not easy, but if you know the mission behind it, it's not difficult also. So you should know the larger perspective, how good largely it can do. Then minute happiness here and there doesn't matter. It becomes bliss for a lifetime.
So let me ask you this question, not as the wife of a chief minister, but as a Mumbaikar. What would you like the Mahayuti to do now for Mumbai?
The basic requirement for every common Mumbaikar should be taken into account, which constitutes of healthcare facilities for a common man should improve multifold, which includes education. The BMC or the corporation schools should have a drastic improvement from where it is so that it can be comparable to any good private school. It should improve the commutation time and energy of people by the way of what they are already doing, like having coastal roads or metros. This will actually improve the time of people, commutation time, and even a little impetus on jobs through manufacturing and making the youth inventors of new technologies.
But Amrita ji, there's been heat directed towards you also. People have got very personal, trolling you, despite you not being part of this entire political structure itself. You're not at the forefront.
Oh, in fact, with some innocent songs released also, they troll me hard by saying that अब तो देवेंद्र जी का फ्यूचर गया क्योंकि आपने ये सॉन्ग रिलीज किया है या आपने ये कपड़े पहने. तो that is mostly by opposition. So, but the women and youth of today have told them that an independent woman should never be targeted this way, and politics should be measured separately, not on the basis of lineage or on the basis of monetary power of the prime family, but on the basis of development which is reaching the last person of the society.
Beautiful message, but जाते जाते एक request है आपसे, 2 लाइन सुना दीजिए.
गाना गाने मत बोलिए, बाकी कुछ भी चलेगा.
पर मैं तो कह रहा हूँ बिकॉज आपके मन में जो है इस वक्त खुशी, वो तो आप सुना सकती हैं. कुछ तो कहिए, कुछ तो गाइए. आई एम हम्बली रिक्वेस्टिंग यू.
I won't risk that now because today I can't afford a trolling.
आपने कब ट्रोल्स की परवाह की है? इतना बड़ा आपको रिजल्ट मिला है, संक्रांति के टाइम में इतना बढ़िया हार्वेस्ट हुआ है, विक्ट्री का खुशियां हैं, कुछ तो आपके मन में आ रहा होगा.
I would just say, I would just recite a few lines.
जी प्लीज.
हाँ, मुझे खुद पर यकीन है, ये कुछ ऐसा जुनून है, ये सारा जहां, ये जमी आसमां, अलग मेरा ये रंग है, मेरी खुद से ही जंग है, जीत जाओ ऐ खुदा अगर तू मेरे संग है. This is for all the party cadres and everyone in Mahayuti who's worked hard towards this day.
Absolutely. What lovely words to end this conversation with. Congratulations to you, and also please do pass on good wishes to Shri Devendra Fadnavis and to the entire family on a phenomenal win and great performance. Really, he must be quite happy about this. Thank you so much. Namaste. Let's go straight across to our guest now. Dr. Anand Ranganathan is with us, Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP, with us, and Sakshana Salgar, leader NCP SP, is also with us, should be joining us very soon. My namaste, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram to everybody. Dr. Ranganathan, you're from Delhi, but when you watch these Mumbai results, what comes to your mind?
Rasmalai. I'm not going to count.
Anna Malai, that was for you.
I'm not going to count the calories tonight, and I'm sending.
Pongal Vartikar. Yeah. Say, please.
No, but I think congratulations to Charu and her party. Look, BJP and the Shinde faction are having Modak tonight. As usual, Congress is having Jalebi. And I think the Uddhav Thackeray faction is having Rasmalai, and Raj Thackeray as well. No, but I think the writing has been on the wall, and if you want to look just a layer beyond, because municipalities keep on changing their control, and this way or that, of course, even here Charu would agree that it's not ideal the way any political party runs the municipality, including BJP, and we've just seen the calamitous situation in Indore. We've seen the state of many municipalities run by political parties. It's like the student wings of political parties in universities. Fact of the matter is, something needs to be done going forward. And I think if one were to look at why this is happening, because, and first of all, as a scientist, it is embarrassing to even explain about this silly excuse of Congress and the opposition on the indelible ink being removed and people voting in large numbers. Well, there is something called silver staining. So that is how you look at visualized proteins, and that has silver nitrate, and so does indelible ink. And it reacts with the proteins almost irreversibly on your skin and the nail, and that is how you get that indelible stain. And the only way to remove it unsuccessfully is to vigorously rub it with acetone, but that's just one of the filters that the EC the polling booth uses for you to vote. I mean, even if you don't have any indelible ink or any mark on thing, you still cannot vote again. So this kind of, specious excuse that, look, we are losing because somebody wiped off an indelible ink is just typical Congress and their supporters. But the fact of the matter is, why is it that in town after town, state after state, people are voting not just for single engine, not just for double engine, but actually for triple engine, meaning the center, the state, and the municipality or the mayor. And I think they've realized that, look, to be honest with you, it is, and here Charu might disagree, it is a fact that the center has a bias towards opening the purse when it comes to a BJP ruled state and a BJP ruled city. There is no denying that fact. The second thing also important is that in the states and the cities where the BJP is not governing, the opposition also is to blame, because they do not allow the central schemes to be implemented. Ayushman Bharat is a shining example in Bengal, in Jharkhand, and the people out there say, well, why are we being left out? Millions and millions of Indians are benefiting from Modi's central schemes, and here state, just on egotistical issues or whatever you may call it, is not implementing the schemes that others are benefiting from. So the people say that, look, in order for us to gain that benefit, let us have not just single or double, but a triple engine. And I think that is not good for democracy going forward. I think the ruling party and the opposition have to sit and decide what is the way forward for general welfare schemes to benefit everyone. And I think that is the reason why you need to go to a layer beyond than just the numbers out here.
True. Point well taken here. Now 203 out of 227 leads and results that are out, 105 for the BJP plus, but 67 has gone to the Shiv Sena also. So the Thackeray combined, Raj and Uddhav Thackeray. So the vanishing ink and vote chori, you're not able to manage in these 67 seats, or this is despite that? Charu Pragya.
Good evening. Let me begin by first congratulating everyone in the Mahayuti camp. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra, and after nearly 3 decades, it's going to be saffron all the way in BMC in Mumbai, and this is not just a political shift today. This is a shift in our perspective. It is a shift in the way dominance of the old guard continued in the BMC. Today we are talking about accountability, we are talking about performance, we are talking about making Mumbai better, and the votes came our way because we have fulfilled all promises we made to the people of Maharashtra, including the city of Mumbai. The way the city has been transforming under the weight of the rising population, other challenges, yet when a government is wanting to be devoted to people, it manages to transform a city from the ground up. We did it in the state, now we're going to do it through the BMC, which is one of the most powerful municipal bodies. I cannot be happier, Anand. You know, I come from Maharashtra, I come from Mumbai, and this win is a structural one. It talks about how consistent ideology is always going to win over people who flip-flop both ways. You just said both the Thackeray brothers are together again today. Previously, there was a time when just the name Thackeray was always associated with our ideology. We were supposed to be ideological partners. But see the way the world has shifted. Today, all of that has changed, and the people of Maharashtra have seen through that in such a solid way. Whether it was the state elections just a year ago or today BMC elections, there's been a thumping, resounding clap on our backs,
Right.
and I'm so grateful.
But congratulations are in order for the victors. But Sakshana Salgarji is also with us. Sakshana ji just now was speaking with Amruta Fadnavis, and she said they all blame Devendra Fadnavis for breaking parties. But in this election, he's brought families back together. So congratulate him too there. But this coming back doesn't seem to have helped. Last time around, the NCP did well in Mumbai. Yes, you lost and you were in opposition in Pune, but the numbers were not so bad. Pimpri Chinswad, again. Your thoughts, ma'am?
Good evening to all of you. I heard Amrutaji's statement for 5 minutes, but I congratulate Amrutaji that she accepted that CM Devendraji breaks the party. It is the universal truth. And he, on channel debate, he accepted that, yes, I come from the BJP and became the second time CM by breaking the parties. He actually admitted this, and it is on electronic media, Marathi electronic media. He told that, and his wife accepted this. This is a good thing.
No,
One minute. Ma'am, I was listening.
No. So don't interrupt. Sakshana ji, I just have one because she was speaking with me. She said he was blamed for it. She didn't say that he did it. She said he was blamed for it. So those who are blaming him should now also compliment him or commend him for bringing them to it. That's all she said. She didn't accept anything. So I just want to put that on record.
Devendraji accepted on electronic media that he breaks the party and he comes in the power as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Please, you can check on ABP Maza.
So what Devendraji has done is, I'm just talking about Amrutaji, what she said. Yeah, please go ahead. Make your point.
I'm telling the nation. Yes. So today we are having a 29 corporation elections result. But BMC election has to come completely because now 66 Prabhas, having voting done, 66 Prabhas completed, remaining Prabhas going on. Please, you can check on election commission's Maharashtra state website also. पूरा का पूरा रुझान नहीं आया है इस पर खुशियां मतलब हम आज भी हमें लगता है कि वी आर अलायंस विद यूबीटी राज ठाकरे जी तो अभी रुझान आने वाले हैं तो अभी मैं आई एम नॉट इन हरी टू डिक्लेयर द रिजल्ट्स
ऑलराइट यस चल प्रज्ञा
You know, I find it absolutely unbelievable how the Indian opposition refuses to respectfully accept the people's verdict. Time and time again I have seen this kind of arrogance, this tone, this language on national television after you should gracefully concede defeat. Instead of looking for problems in your own camp, you're still finding people to blame. It's appalling. You're still talking about Devendraji because your grapes are sour, madam. Why did you not focus a little bit more on governance? Maharashtra gave you a chance. What did you do with that chance? You squandered it away because your family name is far more important, and bringing families together or breaking them up, Anand, or parties for that matter. Can you please tell me one instance when a third person can make two brothers fight? They do it. Why are you looking for other people to blame? Put your own house in order and decide which side of the ideological stand you are on. You don't know where you are, and obviously people see through that.
Right, Sakshana
Wait a minute, ma'am, you are talking about the ideology. What is the ideology of Devendra ji and Fadnavis ji and BJP? Let me know. You people blaming NCP Ajit Pawar for
See, this is exactly what I mean. We know our ideology. The people stand with us. You, in spite of being given warning after warning by the people of Maharashtra, by the people of Mumbai, arrive on this high horse, sit in your ivory tower and pretend you've had a moral victory which is above everything else. Well, I congratulate you.
You have the benefit of being in studio. She doesn't, so let her
CBI, IB, उसका सारा आप उसका सारा भय
मैं
दिखाकर
आपको
उन
दे रही
लोगों
हूँ
को पार्टी में
मुबारकबाद
लेते
एक
हो
और मॉरल विक्ट्री की आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं कांग्रेचुलेशंस
ideology कहाँ? Where is the ideology? Where is the ideology?
But Sakshana ji, today...
No, I will tell you my ideology. It's nation first.
1 minute. Today, Sakshana ji, the question is not where is the ideology. The question is where are the seats for the NCP SP? Where is the victory for the NCP SP?
I want to tell you, yes, I am coming on that. I want to tell you, in Mumbai BMC, we all know that UBT, Raj Thackeray has a huge mandate last 30 years. UBT, Shiv Sena. So our party leaders decided to support them. So we didn't fight more seats or that number of seats. We agree with this. We accepted. उसमें कोई वो हर्ट होने वाली बात नहीं है. 30 years से शिवसेना है तो उसको सपोर्ट किया. हमारे अलायंस है, हमारे अलायंस वाली पार्टी है. उसमें हमें बुरा लगने की जरूरत नहीं है. यहाँ पे बीजेपी भी जब शिंदे साहब के साथ करती है तो हमें बुरा नहीं लगता है. उनके प्रवक्ता को बुरा नहीं लगता है. अभी क्यों लग रहा है? We don't have regret for that. BMC में शिवसेना थी है और उनका है मैंडेट तो अभी आएंगे ना रुझान.
नहीं, बीएमसी में तो रुझान आते हुए अभी तक तो नहीं लग रहे हैं, लेकिन पिंपरी चिंचवड़ और पुणे में भी कोई रुझान नहीं आया आपका. वहां तो आपका वर्चस्व है, वहां भी आपका कोई रुझान नहीं आया मैम. इट्स नॉट कम. I have to interrupt this because we have paucity of time and Muralidhar Maholji has spoken with us. We had a chance to speak with him. I'd like to play that out because of Pune and what's happened in Pune. Have a look. Joining us now is MOS Civil Aviation and also the former mayor of Pune, Shri Muralidhar Mahol. Muralidhar Mahol ji, namaste. आपको बहुत-बहुत बधाई. It's a big sweep, big win for the BJP. क्या कहेंगे?
पुणे में तो हम अलायंस में नहीं अकेले लड़ रहे थे बीजेपी, और ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है. पुणेकर जनता ने जो हमारे नेतृत्व माननीय मोदी जी हो, देवेंद्र जी, इनके विचार को, नेतृत्व को स्वीकार किया, समर्थन दिया. पिछले 5 साल हम यहाँ पे एज ए रूलिंग पार्टी करके कॉर्पोरेशन, म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में हम काम कर रहे थे. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी के नेतृत्व में राज्य सरकार और केंद्र में मोदी जी की सरकार 11 साल में पुणे के लिए बहुत सारी उपलब्धियां, यानी ट्रिपल इंजन सरकार में हम काम कर रहे थे. और जो हमने काम किया, मुझे लगता है कि उसी को समर्थन पुणेकर जनता ने आज दिया है.
19 से 22 तक आप महापौर थे, लेकिन इसको तो ट्रेडिशनली एनसीपी का गढ़ माना जाता है पुणे को, तो क्या कहेंगे इस बार?
नहीं, पिछले 5 साल हम ही रूलिंग पार्टी करके यहाँ काम कर रहे थे, लेकिन उससे पहले कम से कम 25, 30, 40 साल कांग्रेस और एनसीपी पुणे में काम कर रही थी एज ए रूलिंग पार्टी करके. लेकिन पुणेकर जनता ने उनको 2017 में ही नकारा था, रिजेक्ट किया था, और आज फिर पे एक बार उनको रिजेक्ट कर दिया है.
अब ऑल अक्रॉस महाराष्ट्र, अगर आप मुंबई को भी देखें, ठाणे देखें, कई और जो महानगर पालिकाएं हैं, वहां पर आप बीजेपी महायुति की परफॉर्मेंस को देखकर क्या कहेंगे?
बिल्कुल, मुझे लगता है कि जैसे कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हमेशा कहते हैं कि हम विकास पे ही चुनाव लड़ते हैं. माननीय मोदी जी भी कहते हैं कि हमारे चुनाव का मुद्दा एक ही होता है, वो होता है विकास. और हमने पूरे महाराष्ट्र में इसी मुद्दे पे चुनाव लड़ा है. तो मुंबई, पुणे, नागपुर, पिंपरी चिंचवड़, नासिक, सभी जगह पे आज आप अगर देखते हैं तो सभी जगह पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बड़ा समर्थन मिल रहा है लोगों से, जनता से. तो मुझे लगता है कि विकास के मुद्दे पे हमने चुनाव जो लड़ा है, लोगों को अपील हुआ है. और विकास, और उस जो शहर है, जो बड़ा शहर हो, छोटा शहर हो, जहाँ पे आज इलेक्शन है, तो लोगों को ये विश्वास है कि ये हमारा शहर आगे जाके विकास और प्रगति के रास्ते पे चलना है. हमें शहर के भविष्य को अगर सुनिश्चित करना है तो माननीय मोदी जी का नेतृत्व ही चाहिए, देवेंद्र जी के नेतृत्व ही चाहिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी चाहिए.
लेकिन विपक्ष इसको फिक्स्ड मैच कह रहा है. मुरलीधर मोहल जी, वो कह रहा है कि एक जगह जहां वोट चोरी हुआ वहीं वोटिंग इंक गायब हो रहा है. किस तरीके का चुनाव है ये? पूरा फिक्स्ड मैच है कह रहा है.
ये तो हमेशा का, कोई भी चुनाव हो, लोकल बॉडीज की इलेक्शन हो या विधानसभा की हो या लोकसभा की है, ये तो तय है कि रिजल्ट के दिन इनका रोना शुरू ही होता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसको ज्यादा सीरियसली लेने की जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि ये होना ही था। ये पहले से इन्होंने ग्राउंड भी बना दिया था, पिछले 2-3 दिन से इन्होंने चला रहा थे वो, क्योंकि उनको पता चल रहा है कि हमारी यहाँ पे हार तो निश्चित है, तो कुछ ना कुछ तो मुद्दा चाहिए। ये तो स्वीकार नहीं करते कि जैसा जनता का आदेश है, जो जनता का जो आपको कॉल मिला है, उसको स्वीकार करने की उनमें बड़ा दिल नहीं होता इन लोगों में। तो मुझे लगता है कि वो तो रोते ही रहेंगे।
मुंबई में बिछड़े हुए बंधु साथ में आए, ठाकरे बंधु। यहाँ पुणे में बिखरा हुआ परिवार साथ आया, पवार परिवार, लेकिन उनके हाथ ज्यादा कुछ लगा नहीं। क्या कह रही है जनता?
पुणे में पवार फैमिली एक हो गई, मुंबई में ठाकरे फैमिली एक हो गई, अच्छी बात है वो फैमिली एक होती है तो, लेकिन चुनाव में इसका कुछ परिणाम नहीं होता, क्योंकि लोगों को सेंटिमेंट से कुछ लेना देना नहीं होता। लोगों को काम से मतलब होता है, लोगों को विकास से मतलब होता है, और जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के माध्यम से होगा, ये लोगों को पता है।
तो अगर काम से मतलब है तो मैं पूछूं कि आगे आप क्या वादे कर रहे हैं, क्या आप करके दिखाएंगे पुणे के लिए, पुणेकरों के लिए?
बिल्कुल, पिछले 5 साल भी हमने ट्रिपल इंजन सरकार के माध्यम से पुणे में काम किया है। मोदी जी की सरकार के माध्यम से यहाँ पे मेट्रो की शुरुआत हो गई। आज 32 किलोमीटर की मेट्रो की हमारी मेट्रो लाइन शुरू है। आगे जाके 120 किलोमीटर और हमारे मेट्रो लाइन का विस्तार होने वाला है। रिवर्स के प्रोजेक्ट केंद्र सरकार के माध्यम से चल रहे हैं। यहाँ की पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट हमें और अच्छी बनानी पड़ेगी, उसके लिए हम काम करेंगे। यहाँ का जो बाकी हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम है, ये बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। हमारे 24/7 वाटर सप्लाई का प्रोजेक्ट हमें कंप्लीट करना है, तो हमारे सामने एजेंडा है। पुणे का जनता को हमने जो पिछले 5-10 साल में जो किया वो तो सामने रखा ही है। 50 साल का आगे जाके हमारा जो पुणे के लिए विजन है, देश का सर्वोत्तम शहर हमें पुणे को बनाना है, तो हमारा एक विजन डॉक्यूमेंट है, वो भी हमने पुणे का जनता को संकल्प पत्र के नाम से दिया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये क्लैरिटी पुणे का जनता में बिल्कुल आई है कि काम होगा तो बिल्कुल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के माध्यम से होगा। तो यही मुझे लगता है कि कुछ प्रायोरिटीज हमारी जो है, जो मैंने अभी कहा है, तो वही प्रायोरिटीज हमारी है।
देखिए, संकल्प से सिद्धि का जो रास्ता है वो श्रम से गुजरता है, तो श्रम काम करने की बहुत आवश्यकता है। तो यही हम आपसे प्रार्थना और आपको साधुवाद देंगे कि आप और काम करें और जो वादे किए हैं उस पर खरे उतरें। बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको। थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग विद अस। नमस्ते। Let's shift focus here on the right stand. The unrest in Iran and rising tensions across the Middle East have prompted a visible escalation in US military posture, with the Pentagon redirecting the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group towards the Gulf region. Now, the move signals Washington's readiness for potential kinetic action as instability deepens in Iran and also in its regional network of proxies. US defense officials say the redeployment is part of a broader effort to reinforce deterrence at a time when unrest inside Iran is intensifying and Tehran-aligned groups are stepping up missile launches, drone activity and militia threats across multiple fronts, including Iraq, Syria, the Red Sea and near Israel's borders. Pentagon officials stress that the mobilization is defensive in nature, aimed at deterring Iran and its proxies from widening the conflict. At the same time, the message is unmistakable. The United States is positioning itself to act decisively should attacks on US personnel, partners or critical shipping lanes intensify. So let's break this down for you. USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft and some of its escort warships are heading towards the Middle East from South China Sea, and they departed San Diego in late November 2025, and with almost no fanfare. The Department of Defense did not announce where it would be deployed. It would take about 4 days for the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group to transit from the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East. So this is where it is, in the South China Sea somewhere, and it's going to find its way all the way around, accompanied by 3 destroyers. Well, the Carrier Strike Group includes these 3 destroyer class escorts and 1 cruiser, bringing the group to 4 to 5 major surface combatants in addition to the carrier. So let's decode the USS Abraham Lincoln, the aircraft carrier. It's a Nimitz class nuclear powered aircraft carrier commissioned in 1989 with more than 35 years of active service. This floating fortress weighs 100,000 tons and is powered by 2 nuclear reactors, giving it virtually unlimited range and the ability to operate anywhere in the world without refueling. Its air force delivers overwhelming force from the sky, including Super Hornet jets, Growler jets equipped with electronic warfare, Hawkeye aircraft for airborne command and control, and MH-60 Seahawk choppers for anti-submarine and rescue missions. Protecting the carrier are Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers guarding against air and submarine threats. These warships are armed with dozens of Tomahawk cruise missiles capable of striking targets up to 1,000 miles away. Now, the Carrier Strike Group is in addition to a significant US military presence across the Middle East. In Turkey, there is the Incirlik Air Base, which hosts approximately 2,500 US personnel, serving as a critical hub for air operations and regional logistics. In Iraq, about 2,000 troops remain deployed, focused on counter-terrorism missions and supporting local security forces across the border. In Syria, another 2,000 US service members operate in key locations targeting extremist threats and stabilizing contested areas. Kuwait also hosts one of the largest US footprints in the region, 13,000 personnel acting as major staging ground for ground and air forces. At the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, there are again 13,000 US troops that are positioned and is the largest American military installation in the Middle East as a home to forward headquarters and air operations across the region. In Saudi Arabia, around 3,000 US personnel are stationed to assist with air defense and regional deterrence. Naval support activity in Bahrain hosts approximately 7,000 personnel serving as the headquarters of the US 5th Fleet and ensuring maritime security across key waterways. In the United Arab Emirates, that is Abu Dhabi, Dubai, 5,000 US troops support air naval logistics operations. In Oman, a smaller but strategically vital force of 600 personnel support access to key airfields and maritime routes. So what could be on the target list of the US forces? IRGC command centers, the Basij militia infrastructure, Iranian police facilities, regime-linked economic assets. This is what will be on the target to weaken the hold of the regime. It's not going to be easy to break the regime. Let's go across to our guests. What do they see happening? And if time permits, we will also touch on the Greenland Gambit too. Towards the latter half. But first, Iran. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, security analyst with us, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra and Dr. Anand Ranganathan stay on with us. So let's quickly go across to them. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, this is a strike movement, forces movement. Before I bring in General Pandey, what do you see happening? Are you willing to believe the Pentagon that this is more defensive in nature and it's not a direct attack?
Well, Pentagon may say a lot of things, but we need not believe them. Because if they were defensive in nature, then there will not be aggressive moves of their aircraft carrier and other warships. Besides, all the fighter aircraft, refueling aircraft, which are being moved from one place to the other. So it's certainly not defensive, it is preparation for a bigger strike. Because if reports are to be believed, Trump was given the impression by his advisors that we will not be able to guarantee a victory at the current level of our preparation. So I think that they are waiting for the right moment when their forces are in place to the required extent, and along with Israel, they are reasonably confident that they'll be able to overwhelm Iran. Iran, on the other hand, is hoping that they will also put boots on ground, because that is when the quagmire starts for America.
Right.
Another pointer which must be noted is that Houthis had made life miserable for all the floating platforms a couple of years back.
Correct.
So America should not forget that Iran was the one which was supplying Houthis with the missiles, and now they have much better missiles. So it's going to be a contest which I hope Trump had not bargained for.
But Trump has been advised that it's not going to be as easy as Venezuela. He's also, moved a lot of the US forces towards and surrounded Venezuela. So moving them from the Caribbean, it's not going to be so easy. Iran has more than 2,000 ballistic missiles, and they have the ability to commit harakiri. General Pandey, how do you see this panning out? Because this movement, the strike deployment and this carrier strike group will take at least 5 days to get there, 4.5 to 5 days. So not before Tuesday will they be there within firing range of Iran's assets.
Yeah, so firstly, I think Dobraji has said very clearly a couple of points, but we have to see, is it Iran versus US, or is it Iran plus Houthi plus number of IS versus America plus elements which are available in the paramilitaries available in Syria, because this essentially will become a Shia versus Sunni contest. As I'll not say it will be a forceful one, but there'll be certain degree of fallout of this, because eventually if some support is required on the ground and boost on the ground is required, their American SF special forces are extremely good to actually exploit SS on the ground. And if you see this example of Lion Rise, which was done by Israelis, the Iranians were just not able to actually stop what happened from within the country, and therefore it implies there's some effect on the ground which is available for the Americans and Israelis to enable the strikes to continue. My only worry is that with Lion Rise happening and Midnight Hammer having happened, and it has taken about nearly 2.5-3 weeks in which these protests are happening, the regime must have come down quite heavily, and number of collaborators plus more would have been removed from the site. But you see, the problem with Trump is that he's committed, right? He has committed not only by moving this the carrier strike group, but also having made a very, very open statement that he's going to come heavily. While this last 2 days, this fluctuation which has taken place is maybe a strategic surprise, and if he doesn't go whole hog, the whole democratic system or coming to safeguard people's movement, while these are all couching, okay,
right?
Frankly, Trump is not interested in Iranians. It is not interested in Iran. This is all about control. Today, Russia is locked out into one corner. European Union is fragmented, exposed, absolutely in the world. The only power which they required to control, and the stepwise control happening, is in China, in terms of relevance of dollars, in terms of exchange, in terms of energy, and in terms of influence, right? The only standing ally or some sort of a element besides North Korea to China is Iran, right? And this is all about stamping that number one status. So, but Iran is not a pushover, right? Please understand that the Lion Rise was very effective as a strategic surprise, in which the entire cyber system was stalled. Top military leaders of IRGCs and all were neutralized. The ballistic missile systems were neutralized, but yet all the multi-layered AD system which was protecting Israel across that distance, flying over 1,500 meters, were breached by IRGC. It was a modicum of mutual pullback which took place when Midnight Hammer happened by Americans, and that also happened because Benjamin wanted that to happen and were really able to push. This pushback happened by a symbolic strike which was carried out on American bases, and if you recall, the troops and the elements of American elements had moved out, or they were well under cover, and some symbolic strike was carried out with a few missiles falling off and one
and Iran claimed victory. The Khamenei regime claimed victory.
Everybody claimed victory. So there's a whole game which is played, but I have a feeling that this is a very, very long-term strategic game play by the Americans. There's a wonderful thing happening. A lot of lessons for us to actually understand that what is, if it happens in next about 10 days, this will be possibly one of the best military strategic strike which will happen.
Right.
But they have to understand here they are dealing with 11th powerful military in the world, which is extremely ruthless. So they will actually have to go with latest of the systems to actually stall their entire cyber networks, target not only the IRGC headquarters and the elements, but more importantly target everything which can fly off on these cyber or digital supported elements, and therefore this will be a possibility. Yes, there's a popular support. The major part, and I think Dogra ji will be more able to illustrate on that. There is no option to take over. The Khomeinis go.
Interestingly, interestingly, it may not even be Raza Pahlavi, but there are about 10 million Iranians who fled Iran after the regime, and they are well entrenched across policy and this one ability across the country, across the globe, who are actually willing to come back and push Iran back on track. And these are all seasoned individuals who will surface if the Americans are able to do a short but sharp regime change, and that will have to be coordinated at 5 different fingers will have to do work simultaneously to make that punch. Dr. Ranganathan, do you see that happening?
Well, just to answer you, haters may disagree, but there is a distinct similarity in the way Narendra Modi and Trump work. Nobody has been able to guess who Modi chooses as the state chief minister. And nobody has been able to guess which next country is Trump going to attack. I dare say you can take an acid test, Anand, and ask a BJP spokesperson, name the chief ministers of Madhya Pradesh, of Chhattisgarh, of Rajasthan, of Odisha. They might get 1 or 2 right, but no. But look, on a more serious note, let us be under no illusion that it is a despotic dictatorial regime bordering on being an evil regime. So there is no question that it has to go. Now, is this the right time and is this the right way to let it go? Is this the only despotic regime? Hypocrisy aside, please remember that it's not just about Shia or Sunni. You have the specter of one of the biggest, most brutal terrorist organizations, the Shia Hezbollah, siding with the Sunni brutal Hamas. In fact, Iran is sponsoring both Hamas, which is Sunni, and Hezbollah. So when it comes to them identifying a common enemy, they unite. It's not Shia Sunni anymore. Now, when you try and drive a wedge between it, you immediately identify yourself as a common enemy. And I dare say, you look at Kashmir right now, and I don't know how many of protesters on the street, proclaiming that down with America and basically imploring India to support the Khamenei. I don't know how many of them are Shia, how many of them Sunni, but they have found a common enemy, and that is the issue right now.
Interesting.
As I said, my guess is as good as yours.
Interestingly, the Pakistanis who claim to be the symbols of brotherhood in the Muslim world are ready to offer their Noor Khan base for the Americans to try and strike at Iran. So that exposure is also there.
But now Trump has already got a Nobel Prize, so
I have to pause there, gents. Just quickly bringing our viewers up to speed on Greenland. Why this is important? Because there is something brewing at that end. When Trump says he wants to take over Greenland, buy it off, conquer it, etc., it's pushed the panic buttons amongst the Danes and also members of the European fraternity. Beneath Greenland's vast ice sheet lies one of the most strategically significant mineral endowments on Earth, and that's what everybody is eyeing, viewers. Long viewed as a remote Arctic outpost, the island has emerged as a focal point in global competition over critical minerals, rare earth elements, and geopolitical influence that has increasingly drawn American attention. Greenland's underlying geology is ancient and mineral rich. Surveys have identified substantial deposits of rare earth elements, rare earths such as neodymium, then also dysprosium. These are essential for magnets used in electric vehicles, wind turbines, advanced electronics, and military guidance systems. In an era defined by decarbonization and digitalization, these minerals are no longer supply commodities, they are strategic assets. Yet global supply chains for many of these minerals are highly concentrated, most notably in China, which dominates rare earth mining, processing, and refining. Greenland, by contrast, represents a potential alternative, a politically aligned resource-rich territory positioned between North America and Europe, even as the island's mining sector remains in its infancy. Only a handful of mines are operational today, and large-scale rare earth production would require years of investment, infrastructure development, and regulatory approval. These limitations have not dulled Greenland's strategic appeal. Its geographic location within the Arctic, northern shipping routes, and hosting the US military's Pituffik Air Base already gives it importance in American defense planning. It is within this context that US interest in Greenland's mineral wealth must be understood. Public rhetoric of the US President Donald Trump that the United States should purchase Greenland was widely dismissed as unserious, but beneath the headlines lies a consistent strategic logic. Trump said this even in his first term in 2019. So we must not forget that. US interest has included diplomatic engagement, proposals for direct investment in mining projects and efforts to deepen economic ties that would anchor Greenland more firmly within the Western strategic orbit. At the same time, Greenland is not a passive actor. The island's government, which enjoys broad autonomy within the Kingdom of Denmark, has been cautious about large-scale mining, particularly where environmental risks are high. A 2021 ban on uranium mining, often associated with rare earth deposits, and underscored local resistance to projects perceived as threatening public health or ecological stability. Infrastructure gaps, harsh climate conditions, high operating costs further complicate development timelines. These realities temper more dramatic claims that Greenland could quickly transform Western mineral supply chains. Ultimately, Greenland sits at the intersection of three defining forces of the 21st century: the race for critical minerals, the militarization of the Arctic, and the rehardening of great power competition. American interest in the island reflects not a sudden impulse but a broader recognition that control over materials powering future industries and the territories that hold them will shape global power in the decades ahead. We've run out of time, so we thank our guests and thank our viewers for watching this edition of The Right Stand. Have a great weekend. Namaste.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Krishna Hegde, I want to begin with you because many are wondering about what happens to Eknath Shinde or your faction of the Shiv Sena, given that you haven't really been able to pull your weight. Your strike rate isn't as good as what the BJP has managed. They weren't only the bigger partner in this alliance, they've also left you quite far behind in the strike rate.
Not at all, Shivani. We are, competing as one cohesive unit, the Mahayuti. And we have won. This is the fourth election we are winning together. First in the Lok Sabha, then in the Vidhan Sabha, then the local body elections, and now the BMC. Like you see, the Shiv Sena has clearly won Thane. And here also in Mumbai, without the Shiv Sena, the victory is not complete. So Devendra Fadnavis ji is the captain of the ship. He is the captain of our aircraft. Eknath Shinde ji is the co-pilot of the aircraft. One is the captain, one is the vice captain of our team. And therefore, this team is going from strength to strength. And therefore, we cannot take credit from anybody. We have to give Devendra Fadnavis his due. The Karyakartas and leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party their due. They have worked very hard to, bring out a resounding victory in 6 out of 29 corporations. And similarly, the Shiv Sena leaders and Shiv Sena Karyakartas also together with the Bharatiya Janata Party have worked very hard for this alliance. And therefore, we won 4 times. And
but you concede that Eknath Shinde, who was so important in the state because of that whole split with the Sena and the and the pull that he had, now that whole pull is reducing because the BJP on its own, one would argue, can carry most of its weight, most of the alliance's weight.
Not at all. See, we have contested in lesser number of seats, and we have also won over 30 seats in Mumbai. In Thane, we have swept Thane. In Navi Mumbai, we are neck to neck with the Bharatiya Janata Party. In several other places where we have contested together, we are an absolute winner. And therefore, we are looking at the Mahayuti and we are looking at Bharatiya Janata Party number 1 and Shiv Sena number 2. There is no competition whatsoever.
You accept that Devendra Fadnavis is the new dawn of Mumbai and Maharashtra.
No, he is
nobody can compete with him, surely, after these results.
No, obviously it is absolutely obvious. Earlier, Eknath Shinde ji was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. We won the elections under his leadership. Devendra Fadnavis ji is now the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. We are winning the elections under his leadership. Obviously, there is one cohesive unit, a striking force, a strong force, and there is no matbed between us. We are together as one Mahayuti.
Vishwas Pathak, your sense of the role that Devendra Fadnavis.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
And joining us now is a lady who's seen it all. When they wrote him off, she was there as a pillar of strength. And today, as he has proved all of them wrong and further entrenched himself in the politics of Maharashtra as a tall leader, she must be proud. Let's go straight across to her, Amruta Fadnavis ji, wife of Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis. Amruta ji, namaste, Jai Hind, bahut bahut badhai. How does it feel?
Very happy, overwhelmed, and very thankful to Modi ji for his guidance, for his vision, and the hard work put in Maharashtra by each and every Karyakarta, and also by Devendra ji and his associates, Mahayuti, because of which this stunning victory was possible.
It's not just long ago when he was literally written off as a failure, as somebody who will not survive in Maharashtra politics. You were there as a pillar of strength. When you look back at that time and you look at today, what is going through your mind?
I just feel that people are the real judges of who is doing what for Maharashtra. And yes, there are ups and downs. Politics is synonymous to that. But one has to keep his integrity intact, keep on working for the people, and people recognize it one day or the other.
Amruta ji, you are his pillar of strength, and he has often said that. He said that to me too. And he finds a lot of strength, draws a lot of strength from you. What was his outlook ahead of this entire civic body elections? This was also quite tough. Was he ready for this challenge?
He was quite confident, and whenever I used to ask him what he felt about it, he always showcased a confident front, so which make others, even the Karyakartas and naturally me, confident that he would sweep it and Mahayuti would sweep it. And definitely people have very well opted out of caste politics, of regional politics, and come off it and come and have voted for politics of good governance, politics of development, and the way infra has improved across various cities in Maharashtra. It's all to be seen. So it was awarded by people, rewarded by people, thankfully.
Well, we see the voter ink on your left index finger. Ye mita nahi? Because a lot of people are saying vanishing ink lagaya hai.
मुझे तो ऐसा नहीं लगा. और देखिए अभी what all the reasons are given are really I think so they are excuses for their the way they have performed. And I think so जो जीता वही सिकंदर है, ये मान के उन्हें सपोर्ट करके महाराष्ट्र के लिए बाकी भी लोग काम करे, यही मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट उनको कर सकती हूँ.
But this is in a way quite historic because the Thackeray bandhus came together to fight for Mumbai. The Pawar family came back for Pimpri Chinswad, for Pune. They all came together to mount this challenge saying, Hum.
Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks, I'm Zaka Jacob. It's a historic mandate for the BJP-led Mahayuti alliance in the state's municipal body elections. The most crucial of these elections happened right here in Mumbai, the elections for the BMC. And the BJP and the Shiv Sena have managed a massive win. The BJP has finally managed to install what many are calling a triple-engine sarkar. They have a government at the state, they have the centre, and of course now in the local body as well. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is being seen by many as the architect of this turnaround. All three levers of government are now controlled by the BJP. It becomes the biggest party in Maharashtra, from playing second fiddle 10 or 20 years ago to the Shiv Sena to becoming the number one, the big brother party, the numero uno party of Maharashtra. The BJP indeed has come a long way. On the other side, from once ruling the BMC for the last 25 years, even coming together, putting their bitter family rivalry apart, the Thackeray cousins, Uddhav and Raj Thackeray, came together to save the Thackeray name and the Thackeray legacy. They have lost face, they have lost elections, they have lost their foothold in Mumbai and perhaps even relevance in the city of Mumbai because they derive their power from the BMC. They derive their resources from the BMC because 75,000 crore budget, the richest civic body in Asia, and this entire tag of outsider versus insider. If you don't speak Marathi, you're not welcome in Mumbai. Beating up people because they didn't speak Marathi. All of that has been rejected by the voters of Mumbai. That has found absolutely no resonance whatsoever. The politics of parochialism, the politics of nativism, the politics of this reductionist narrative, that has not worked with the people of Maharashtra or the people of Mumbai for that matter. But it's not just Mumbai. There's been a sea change across multiple metropolitan areas, not just in the greater Mumbai region, but across the state as well. Let's bring you up to speed. Let's start with Mumbai because it's the most important. It's the capital. Support here for the BJP has risen from 82. Remember, it had come very close to the Shiv Sena's number back in 2017, the United Sena and the BJP at that time. The BJP had 82 in 2017. Now it's gone up to 94. And that signals a very strong consolidation of the urban vote behind the BJP. But it's not just Mumbai. The real surge also comes from Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad, because there in Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad, the Pawars had united. Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar had united. At one point of time, the BJP had just 26 seats 8 years ago in 2017. Today, the BJP has 84 seats in Pune. That's a massive turnaround. It reshapes the political map of Pune. In Navi Mumbai, again, it's a similar story. From a modest 6 seats that they had in 2015, today the BJP has 66 seats in 2026. And that points to growing confidence amongst younger voters, Gen Z voters, migrant voters. They are all willing to back the BJP because they want, at the end of the day, development at all levers of government. They don't want conflict between multiple political parties. The state did witness that for about 2.5 years between state and centre when Mr. Uddhav Thackeray was the chief minister. Thane, again, a huge vindication for Mr. Eknath Shinde because he hails from Thane. Steady. The BJP had 23 last time. This time they have 24. But Mr. Shinde's party has more than 50 there, which means that they will be able to form the mayor in Thane. In Kalyan Dombivli, again, the rise is gradual. It's clear. The numbers have moved for the BJP from 42 to 48. It indicates consistent momentum. So across key urban centres, Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Thane, Kalyan Dombivli, Pune, Pimpri Chinchwad, the trend across the state is unmistakable. People are voting for the BJP and now they are saying we're giving you the levers of power across all 3 tiers of government, whether it's local government, state government, at the centre. Now work for us and solve our problems. But the architect, undoubtedly, of this stupendous turnaround for the BJP is the Chief Minister of the state, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis. He took out a celebratory rally today at the BJP headquarters here in Mumbai. And why not? Because, like I said, from playing second fiddle 10 or 20 years ago, today the BJP is the numero uno party. And in no small measure, the credit for it goes to that man, Devendra Fadnavis. Let's listen to what he had to say.
महाराष्ट्र का ये महाविजय महाराष्ट्र की जनता को और हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को हम समर्पित करते हैं। ये जो विजय है महाराष्ट्र की जनता का हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी पर जो विश्वास है, उस विश्वास की यह विजय है। इस देश में और महाराष्ट्र में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो विकास और विश्वास की राजनीति शुरू की है, उसका यह विजय है।
So here are the 10 big takeaways from this election. Mumbai and most major urban pockets across the city have voted for a triple engine sarkar. They want the BJP and the Shiv Sena, which is the Shinde Sena, whether it is in Mumbai, whether it is in Nashik, whether it is in Kalyan Dombivli, Thane, everywhere they want the same party or the same coalition so that they can finally have delivery of services and they can fix accountability. The BJP has emerged as the largest party across urban municipal bodies across the state, no doubt about it. from Nagpur all the way to Mumbai, from west to east, it is the BJP which is the dominant political force. Mr. Fadnavis has consolidated his position as Chief Minister, his position as the biggest face of the BJP in the state. Also, this is a big win for brand Modi. The Prime Minister tweeted some time ago thanking the people of Mumbai and Maharashtra for reposing faith in the BJP's brand of politics and its brand of Vikas. On the other side, the Thackerays have voted out from Mumbai, from the BMC, after 25 years. The Thackeray throne has been trounced. That's where they derived their power from. That's where they derived their resources from, given the biggest budget for any civic body in Asia. The Pawars too have been marginalized. They've slipped behind the BJP. Remember, it's not just the Thackeray clan. It's not just the Thackeray cousins who came together. Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar also joined hands, despite the fact that Ajit Pawar is part of the ruling coalition, the ruling Mahayuti, and yet uncle and nephew came together, both in Pune and in Pimpri Chinchwad. Both those places, they have been relegated behind the BJP. The NCP Ajit Pawar may even find itself out of the equation in the Mahayuti. Remember, all was not well. The equations were a little tempered between Mr. Fadnavis and Mr. Shinde, but after today's result, it seems like they may not even need Ajit Pawar to continue as part of the coalition. There was clearly a lack of public connect, lackluster issues being taken up, campaigning was not there in full earnest. Rahul Gandhi did not even address a single rally for the elections here in Mumbai. All of that is haunting the opposition. For the opposition, this is again a major setback. And you're hearing the familiar tune of vote chori and the election commission gaslighting, etc., which again is simply just an excuse on a day when they've been clearly defeated in municipal body after municipal body. There's also the limits of insular, parochial, nativist politics, whether it is appealing to a nativist Marathi Manus message. Basically, the people of Mumbai have said, we are looking beyond this regional parochial politics. We want development, we want big infrastructure projects, we want also the micro details to be taken care of, whether it is potholes, flooded roads, pollution problem in Mumbai. It's another morale-sapping defeat for the opposition. It's got implications for the national electoral picture as well. It is the first mega victory in 2026. It is a good omen for the NDA. Remember, in a couple of months, tough state elections are coming up in Tamil Nadu, in Bengal, in Kerala. These are not states where the NDA is in a strong position. So clearly, this is a good omen just ahead of that. And India's richest municipal body, the BMC, which serves the nation's business capital, could see a potential revamp as a result of it. Let's listen to some political reactions in what has been a momentous political day here in Mumbai and indeed across the state of Maharashtra, and then we'll open this up to our guests.
जो वोटिंग पैटर्न चलाया सरकार ने, ये बेहद गंभीर बात है। हजारों लोगों के नाम गायब रहे, जिसने विधानसभा में वोट किया है, और ऐसे एरिया से वोट गायब हो गए जहां शिवसेना को या महाराष्ट्र नवनिर्माण सेना को या कांग्रेस को वोट हुए, वहां से हजारों लोगों के नाम गायब हो गए। ईवीएम मशीन बार बार बंद होती रही बहुत से प्रभागों में। जहां राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस को बटन दबाया गया है, वहां कमल के ऊपर लाइट ऑन होती है।
चुनावी प्रक्रिया में जिस प्रकार से धांधली हो रही है, जिस प्रकार से नाम काटे जा रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार से मतदाताओं को प्रभावित किया जा रहा है, जिस प्रकार से पैसे बांटे जा रहे हैं, शासकीय धन का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है, और जिस प्रकार से निर्वाचन आयोग की जो भूमिका है वो ये स्पष्ट कर रहा है कि चुनाव प्रक्रिया से लोगों का विश्वास उठते जा रहा है।
Okay, let me open this up to our guests. A full panel joining us live from Mumbai. We're coming to you live from Mumbai in this special edition of Brass Tacks. Sena is national spokesperson of the BJP. Sena NC spokesperson of the Shiv Sena. Intikhab Farooqi is spokesperson of the Sena UBT. Mahesh Chavan, spokesperson of the NCP Sharad Pawar faction. Let me start with you, Sena. Like I said, 10 or 15 years ago, the BJP was playing second fiddle to Big Brother Shiv Sena. Today, the Thackerays have been relegated to an almost politically irrelevant space. They're not in power either in the state or in the BMC. The BMC was their guard. They derived their power from the BMC. And despite the fact that the Thackeray cousins united and appealed to this almost nativist parochial sentiment, saying that this is our last stand. If you don't save the Marathi Manus in this election, if you don't vote for the Thackerays, then the Marathi Manus are done for. But the people of Mumbai have not resonated with that message. They have voted for development and they've given you now a triple engine sarkar. Tween.
Well, good evening, Zaka. Good evening, everybody. It's a big day for Mumbai. It's a big day for Maharashtra. So far we have been talking about double engine sarkar, but what we have seen in the last couple of years is triple engine sarkar coming in across the country. So whether even in Maharashtra, and it is not just the success of BJP and Mahayuti is not just confined to BMC. In Pune and in Nagpur, look at the majority, more than 2/3 seats in Pune and Nagpur. We have won Sambhajinagar, which was never our domain, which was never a strong area for us. We have won Nasik, where we were not strong. So, in one word, in one flow, the voters of Maharashtra seem to have completely rejected the negativity of the Mahagathbandhan. But at the same time, while we are focusing on Thackeray brothers, the negativity and the narrow-mindedness of their politics, I think it's a bigger blow for the Congress party. The Congress party until 2014 was in power in the state for 3 successive terms. Imagine that Congress party today has been reduced to a mere 3 seats in the heart of Mumbai. Mumbai is where Congress party had their first adhivation, after the Congress party was formed. So I think, the way Congress party has become extinct in many other parts of the country, it is now extinct in Maharashtra also. And I will repeat what I've been saying for some time. People have now started punishing the Mahagathbandhan for their falsehood, for their lies. Now today Rahul Gandhi tweets about the quality of ink. Imagine in the last 18 months, this is the 3rd excuse which he has given for the loss, from EVM tampering to vote chori to the quality of ink. When will this Congress party and when will the
so today again he put out a tweet saying the election commission is gaslighting. The election commission is gaslighting the people of India. Let me ask China NC this, whether it is blaming EVMs, vote chori, now gaslighting by election commission, indelible ink being delible, all of that. At the end of the day, are the people of India being insulted, the voters of Mumbai being insulted? Because let's face it, a political party also needs to be humble enough to accept the results. The people of Mumbai have spoken. You accept the result. It hasn't gone your way, but that's fine. Sometimes you lose elections, sometimes you win elections. But to insult the voters of Mumbai by saying that, election commission is gaslighting you, that's not on.
So, Zaka, I think, the standard practice of the script writer for the Ubata and the Manse is a gentleman called Sanjay Raut. And tomorrow morning, I'm quite looking forward to hearing what his reasons of not coming to power are. Sometimes it's the election commission, sometimes it's EVM, sometimes it's misuse of money, power and votes for notes and notes for votes and whatever have you. Sometimes it's saying that BJP does dhanda at Kamatipura. Sometimes it's this ink mark. Come on, move beyond, because the people of Mumbai are way too intelligent. They have voted for development and that's why they have chosen the Mahayuti. Our leader Eknath Ji Shinde has espoused the cause of why haven't we even had concrete roads for 25 years. Khadde Mukt Mumbai is a reality now because phase 1, phase 2 have been completed with utility ducts and utility tunnels in 400 kilometers, and by April end you will have 750 kilometers completely concretized. So where there is a will, there's a way, and you vote for that developmental agenda. Yes, there are
but China, it also means that the people of Mumbai are now giving you the keys to all 3 levels of government, local government, state government and centre. Which means you have to be accountable, you have to deliver now.
I was just coming to that. So that's why you need accountability, transparency and zero corruption. Now, I want to ask that, for 25 years, we didn't even have one sewage treatment plant. We have announced 7, and pollution, which with all kinds of toxicity, which was thrown into the sea. Now, for those people who love the shoreline and who are interested in, combating pollution and the environment, these are all core issues which the Mumbaikar wants addressed. Air quality index is a very very serious challenge for a lot of people who have respiratory problems, health issues, etc. So we understand what we are supposed to do, and we will continue to do it in a time-bound way. We thank the
so
people
let
of
me ask
Maharashtra
Intikab
that you have the
Farooqui.
center, state, and municipal corporations.
Yesterday you were on the show, Mr. Farooqui, and I said, all the exit polls are giving a runaway victory to the BJP and to the Shiv Sena. And today that's exactly what has happened. The last remaining stand of the Thackeray brothers has now been rejected by the people of Mumbai. Will you do some introspection to figure out, where you went wrong in this whole appealing to Marathi manos, emotions, legacy, etc.? People are not interested in that anymore.
So we are almost there, but yes, we are little short on reaching the level. But yes, still the counting is going on. Let's see if we can cover the gap. And the counting is still going on in some places.
BJP Shiv Sena is at 112. You're at 72.
I mean, what is he saying?
But yes, the places where we have lost, we'll definitely work on it. We'll work on it, and we will come back again. It's not that we are leaving the hopes. We are working on it, and we are waiting for the counting to be completed. Until then, we
but
cannot
tell
say
me, sir,
anything.
the entire
and then our senior
campaign
leaders will
that
decide
you
what
ran.
to
No,
be
one
done
second.
next.
The entire campaign that was run, the Thackeray cousins came together and said, this is about Mumbai, Marathi manos, emotional card, saving Bala Sahib's legacy, etc. People are saying that's not what we want. We want our corporators to give us better roads, better hospitals, better schools, better connectivity.
That is what Shiv Sena has been doing
that
so
you
far,
should have
no?
taken
That
to
is
the people.
That is what our Sena was doing so far since so many years in BMC. That is the reason we stayed in BMC for so many years, because our corporators were doing wonderful job in their constituencies.
Oh, please, let's highlight
and then
there were no
whether it
pothole
comes to
roads,
water,
there
when
was
it
no
comes
flooding
to
during
when
monsoon,
it
there
comes
was
to a
no
hospital, any
pollution
kind of
problem. Come
the
on.
Mithi
working
River
very hard on
distributing
their
scam, the Khichdi scam, the kind of scams where you had commodities which were procured for 400 rupees and sold at 6,000
And
rupees.
now also
Please,
we were
let's not
almost there, but
expose it.
yes, we have a little gap. Let's see if we can cover that. And
what
senior
little
leaders
gap?
I don't know which
Please give
numbers
us
you
the
are seeing. The numbers that we are
yeah.
flashing on the screen, 114
Yeah.
to the BJP Shiv Sena. They will likely go past 120 is my information, because all the leads have not consolidated. All the results have not been declared for each of the seats.
No, we have some other parties
Shiv
also.
Sena
Let's
and
see
the
our senior
MNS are
leaders
reduced
what
to
they
just
say.
72 seats. In fact, the MNS is the biggest drag on your alliance. The Sena UBT on its own seems to be doing okay. The MNS is in single digits. Last I checked, it was at 6 seats. Anyway, so Mahesh Chavan is also joining us from the NCP SP. Again, in Pune, in Pimpri-Chinchwad, it's not just the Thackeray cousins who came together, sir. Even Mr. Sharad Pawar and Mr. Ajit Pawar came together. There was a famous press conference of Supriya Sule and Ajit Pawar. And yet, in Pune, which was supposed to be your backyard, your gud as it's called, there also you seem to have lost to the BJP.
Firstly, let me accept the mandate given by the people. We accept it humbly. Secondly, we congratulate BJP for their win in Maharashtra. We also would like to thank those who voted for us and those who did not vote for us. I thank them also that they want us to be there in opposition. We assure them that we will try to do our job best and satisfy them. And we'll definitely do introspection, some analysis, but we need some time for that. And as far as
Mr. Chavan, again, it comes down to the question. No, once again, hear me out. Doesn't it come down to the question that just because there is the Pawar name and the Pawar legacy and the Pawar family is trying to save its legacy, it doesn't mean that the voters care about it. The voters want to know what you will do for them. They are not interested in whether your political power play continues or not.
No, look, you are getting me wrong. It was BJP who refused to fight elections in alliance with Ajit Pawar NCP. Is that true or not? Right. Because they rejected or they refused to contest the elections in alliance with Ajit Pawar NCP. Ajit Pawar tried joining hands with us, and we thought it would be a good opportunity. Secondly, it was not us, not the leadership who decided it. Generally, local body elections are about the cadre, about the local workers, party workers. and we let them take a decision, and it was a decision taken by them, and they had a feeling at that time that joining hands together with Ajit Pawar will benefit both the parties. This was the thought process behind it.
You know, the numbers are there on your screen. Ajit Pawar NCP fought 80 seats. They won 3 at a strike rate of 4%. The NCP Sharad Pawar contested 10 seats. They were in alliance, of course. So this is in Mumbai that we're talking about. They contested 10 seats, won only 1 seat at a strike rate of 10%. So again, I think the people have given their resounding mandate to Heen. You know, I want to take this forward. I want to take this forward. Basically, all this, you know, factions and factions within factions, I think this debate is now settled. Very clearly, the people are saying we want to give the same party or the same alliance the levers of power in all, you know, sections of government, whether it's local government, state government, center, etc. Now you start delivering for us. Now you fix our potholes. Now you fix our pollution problem. Now you fix our health crisis, the garbage dumps, all of that. Now you can't give us an excuse, oh, we don't have control of BMC, or we don't have control of Mantralaya. Now you have control everywhere.
No, on the other hand, or you know, rather we don't even need to talk about development now because people have seen development. You know, if you travel to, and you know, since you've been in Mumbai for the last 1 week or last few days, the transformation that Mumbai has seen, whether it is the coastal road which will now extend right up to Bhayandar, whether it is 85 kilometers of metro rail which will expand to 300 kilometers, whether it is the Navi Mumbai, you know, areas around Navi Mumbai which will lead to a new city, Nana city, all of these are visible and visible in record time. You know, previously, when Uddhav Sena used to govern the BMC, they would talk big, but the only thing that was visible was potholes on the road. Fortunately, the kind of work which Devendra Fadnavis has executed in Maharashtra, we don't need to talk about development because development is visible. So when you talk about different permutations and combinations that Maharashtra has seen, one thing is constant, which is BJP has to be the focal point of the alliance that is talking about development, that is executing development, and this vision comes from Prime Minister Modi himself.
Let me give you an outsider's perspective. Yes, you're right. There is visible infrastructure improvement in Mumbai. No one can deny that. Certainly, you know, the coastal road, the sea link, the metro, the Atal Setu, and of course now the Navi Mumbai airport. So the big macro infra story, there's no doubt, has improved in Mumbai. But what about the micro? What about the garbage problem? What about the pollution problem? What about the sewage? Yeah, Shaina, yeah, you take that one, yes.
Yes, you know, Zaka, you know, there are certain parties that remember the Marathi Manos, Marathi Asmita, Marathi Abhiman only at the time of elections. Look at what our leader Eknathji Shinde has actually done. He has got 17,000 homes for slum dwellers in Ramabai Nagar ready. He has got back sons of the soil to BDD Chaul and given them homes. The Guinea Kamgars, that's the mill workers in Mumbai, have been given homes. 20,000 buildings have been given OC. Pagri Mukt Mumbai. These are the things that affect the person, individuals in day-to-day life. If you look at women today, what do we want? We want that 50% concession in BST buses and ST buses. We want to be able to get a cervical cancer vaccination at a municipal hospital and not worry about what the bill is going to be. These are things which have been done on ground. If we talk about green lungs, the 300-acre, you know, like a central park at the Mahalakshmi Racecourse, this is the pet project of Eknathji Shinde. So all these issues affect citizens who have voted and voted beyond Lungi Pungi, Rasmalai and all this negative commentary that seems to be only their photo optics and theatrics.
So Mr. Farooqi, you know, all this language that was used by Mr. Raj Thackeray, the attacks on people because they were not speaking Marathi, this whole parochial politics, people are saying, you know, we are done with this. This is not the 1960s or the 1970s. This is 2026. People want vikas, people want development, people want a better life and livelihood. You're not offering that. You're stuck in the politics of the 60s and 70s.
Sir, see, if you go abroad, we speak English. If you go to Tamil Nadu, they also want their language to be spoken. So if in Maharashtra, if they demand that if you're staying in Mumbai and Maharashtra, you're having a family, studying here, going abroad, everything. So if the demand that you speak in Marathi,
No, but you can't
what is the
beat
problem
people
with
up
that?
just
I mean,
because they don't speak the local language. You can't beat them up.
no,
Come on.
it's not that. It's not that beating them up. There are some other parties people also who are beating people, and many things are happening. But it is the law who will take the action. We are not saying on it, but yes, because during the election period, these statements were brought up into media as to focus. But that people know people are also smart. But yes, we only want to work out on areas where we have lost today, and we are focusing on it so that we can come back again. It's not that, but there are many other issues also where people, talk and many
you
valid
have to do a
speeches
lot
also
of
come out.
focusing and a lot
It's not
of
that.
what
No,
is
the
very
issue-
evident here, Zaka, is that people who worked on ground have been given the referendum. People who work from home
Zaka, one
have been
important
told
point.
to stay home.
Okay. Basically, I mean, whoever is doing work
Zaka,
has been rewarded. Whoever is
One
not
important
seen
point.
on the ground amongst the people, they have been punished. That is the message from the mandate today. Yes, Tuhin.
At least I see Uddhav Sena saying we'll try to work hard, we will improve. If you look at the Congress attitude, the Congress is very clearly saying we will never improve. We will go down the drain, we will only blame institutions, we will only blame anybody else but our own party. I think, while the Thackeray brothers have been decimated, we are missing out on the larger picture. After Gujarat, after Uttar Pradesh, after Bihar, Maharashtra, one of the second largest state of India, also marks complete depletion and, the Congress facing an existential crisis in the state. I think it's about time, the Congress top leadership is held accountable for that. Of course, when it comes to
No, I
Thackeray
agree
brothers,
with you.
today I was
up
on
until the 1990s, up until the mid-1990s, the Congress used to rule the BMC. Murli Deora for the longest time used to be, the mayor of this city from the Congress party. But anyway, Mr. Chavan is also there. Mr. Chavan, does this now call for serious sort of overhaul of the politics of negativity, the politics of, vote chori and this and that, all kinds of excuses that are being thrown up by not just the Congress, but your party is also, in parliament, etc. You also, hopped onto this bandwagon, this narrative of vote chori, etc. Ultimately, how many elections will the opposition have to lose for you to go back and pick up the issues that matter to the people?
No, this election, we haven't said anything about that. We haven't spoken about EVMs. We haven't spoken about vote chori. Our agenda was only about the civic infrastructure, which, we have long-standing issues in Mumbai. Now, this would not be a right time to discuss all that about the development and all that, because this is not the right time really, because, Jo Jita was Sikandar. So definitely, as I said,
Do you at least agree that when it comes to development, the people are trusting the BJP and the Shiv Sena more than they are trusting you or the Congress party? And the development, at least the macro development, is visible to them.
No. See, about the development, let me talk if you are insisting on that. Definitely, people have believed BJP more than that of us, no doubt about this. But about the development, yes, development is necessary. BJP has done some development work in Mumbai. But if they are claiming that they have won because of the development work done in Mumbai, then I have some doubts about it. Let me speak. See, firstly, BJP always spoke about three development work mainly in Mumbai. One is metro, second is coastal road, and third is Atal Setu. These were the three things they were focusing on. So metro, the development in any city or any town for that matter, or any country for that matter, has to be people-centric. The benefits should be available for people to enjoy, a common man to enjoy. You tell me one thing. I'll give three examples.
Sir, the metro is for the common man only. No, it's not for the VVIP.
Please don't interrupt.
The common man is not using the metro.
Let me finish. Zaka, let me finish.
Okay, I'm also running out of time, so quickly finish, please. Yes.
Yeah, three examples. I'll finish quickly. Three examples. For example, metro from Andheri to Churchgate, it is 70 rupees one way and 140 rupees return. Can a common man in Mumbai afford a local train? Please don't interrupt. Where a local train fare is 20 rupees. So metro is not for common man. Coastal road 150 rupees is the toll every day. Office goers cannot afford. Thirdly, the Atal Setu, which is 240 rupees toll for single trip.
Sir,
Return is almost 500
I mean,
rupees.
I've been here barely a few days.
Now,
everybody is taking
man,
the coastal road.
Zaka,
Everybody
Zaka.
is taking the metro. Sir,
Who's
this is
taking the
again
metro?
the problem is the problem is you are again finding nitty-gritties and nitpicking. No, there may be issues. I'm not denying that. But at least
one last point.
Look, like I said, the macro infrastructure issues the BJP seems to be very good at. Coastal road, metro, etc. It's visible. It's there for everybody to see. But the micro is the problem. I'm asking Shaina and Tuhin this. Whether it's the garbage issue, whether it is the water crisis, whether it is the pollution problem. People seem to have given up on this, Shaina.
No, not at all. Not at all. Let me please address. When Devendra Fadnavis and our leader Eknath Shinde announced the 17,000 crore package for green initiatives, we have roped in IITians, engineers, AI, the best of technology to ensure that we combat. If there are 5,000 electric buses, that is to reduce carbon emission. There are certain parties that stall the progress of the Mumbai Metro. 435 kilometers of Mumbai Metro are world class and probably the best in the country, reducing carbon emission. Yes, you're right. There wasn't a sewage treatment plant because all the junk was just chucked into the sea. But our leader Eknath Shinde has announced 7 sewage treatment plants, and the sea line, the seashore and the sea that we see will be healthy in terms of anti-pollutants. Yes, we need to have private and public partnership. When it comes to garbage segregation, citizens also have a role to play, and we have engaged with NGOs, we have engaged with Gen Z. We are trying everything within our capacity. 1.5 crore people who live here, and for a city like Mumbai that has 1,224 kilometers of roads, to ensure that it's all concretized takes time, but we've given a timeline of next year.
Fair enough. I think the first big test will come 6 months from now when the monsoon happens. If they pass that test, we'll have a show again, and we'll have a show again, and we will talk about this. But for the moment, I think let's be very clear. The big picture is this is a massive political change that is happening in the city of Mumbai. The Thackerays, who had this sort of stranglehold in the BMC for the last 25 years, they've now been wiped out clean. It's going to be the BJP and the Shiv Sena all the way controlling the BMC, the richest civic body in Asia. And clearly, the man of the match, no doubt about it, no question about it, is Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of the state. His stature has certainly gone up, both within the state and also nationally. What implications that may have, we'll have to wait and see. But congratulations are in order, certainly, for the BJP and the Shiv Sena. But the time for work and the time for delivery begins now.
They know well that what we tell we do, and we don't tell anything which we cannot do.
मुझे लगता है कि ये क्लैरिटी पुणे का जनता में बिल्कुल आई है कि काम होगा तो बिल्कुल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के माध्यम से होगा.
Who knows the pulse of people more? It is BJP, the Mahayuti.
The MNS has shown very poor performance.
Marathi votes total contribution has reduced.
ये हमारी आर्थिक राजधानी है. मुंबई को मुंबई जैसे बनाएंगे हम, और ये पूरी तरह जो स्थगित स्टे देने का काम करने वालों को मुंबई वासियों ने हटा दिया है.
Well, you're watching Brass Tacks with me, Poonam Burde, and we're shifting focus from India to Iran, which is a nation that's mired in almost every possible crisis. Western sanctions that have finished off any chances of growth for the country, nationwide protests triggered by severe economic distress and decades of repression of personal liberties, the quelling of voices by force, the persecution of ethnic and religious minorities, and most dangerously, an impending sense of doom at the hands of the United States. Donald Trump is adamant. For him, all options are open to free the Iranians from the Khamenei regime. The latest is the redirection of USS Abraham Lincoln carrier strike group from South China Sea towards the Gulf region. It's a move that has signaled Washington's readiness for possible kinetic action against Iran. So is this a matter of time? Is it a matter of when and not really if the US will strike Iran? So let's break this down for you. The USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft and some of its escort warships are heading toward the Middle East from the South China Sea. This aircraft carrier had departed San Diego in late November 2025. There was almost no fanfare. 50 days later, it returned to shore and then made this journey towards the South China Sea. The Department of Defense didn't announce where it was going to be deployed, but it was sent towards the South China Sea, and then there was a change in direction. What we now know is that it will take about 4 days for the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group to transit from the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East. So why is this concerning? Now, the USS Lincoln is a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. It was commissioned in 1989 with more than 35 years of active service. This floating fortress weighs 100,000 tons. It's powered by 2 nuclear reactors, giving it virtually unlimited range and the ability to operate anywhere in the world without refueling. Its air wing delivers overwhelming force from the sky. It includes Super Hornets, the Growlers, the electronic warfare, the Hawkeyes for airborne command and control, the Seahawks as well for anti-submarine and rescue missions. Now, protecting this carrier are several of these destroyers that are traveling with the aircraft carrier from the South China Sea to the Middle East. They're guarding against air and submarine threats as well. Now, these warships are armed with dozens of Tomahawk cruise missiles. They're capable of striking targets up to 1,000 miles away. So why does this matter now? Well, the USS Abraham Lincoln is battle-tested. It's capable of rapid, decisive strikes, and it's ideally suited for deployments in West Asia. And what more importantly it does is that it sends a message that the United States is prepared and positioned to whatever comes next in the region. So if the US was to strike Iran or any other targets, where would they dock this USS Lincoln and where would they undertake these strikes from? What are the US assets in the Middle East like if they were to consider this strike? Well, the United States maintains a significant military presence across the Middle East. In Turkey, there is an airbase. Approximately 2,500 US personnel serve there. It is a critical hub for air operations and regional logistics. In Iraq, about 2,000 troops remain deployed. They're focused on counter-terrorism missions and support local security forces. They could be roped in if the need be. Across the border in Syria, another 2,000 US service members operate in key locations, targeting extremist threats and stabilizing contested areas. Kuwait too has some presence of the United States. It in fact hosts one of the largest US footprints in the region. There are 13,000 personnel acting as major staging ground for forces. At the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, there are roughly 13,000 US troops that support the largest American military installation in the Middle East. It's home to forward headquarters and air operations across the region. Then in Saudi Arabia, again, there are about 3,000 US personnel that are stationed to assist with air defense and regional deterrence. The naval support activity in Bahrain hosts about 7,000 US personnel. They're serving at the headquarters of the US 5th Fleet. They ensure that maritime security across several key waterways, given the interest, both strategic and economical, that the United States has. In the United Arab Emirates, about 5,000 US troops support air, naval and logistical operations, and in Oman as well. It is a smaller but strategically vital force of about 600 personnel that support access to key airfields and maritime routes. So is the US readying a plan to target Iran, what those targets will look like, and what it would mean not just for the two countries involved, Iran and the United States, but for the rest of the region and the rest of the world as well? To decode that, I want to open this up. Barzin Wagmar is joining us. He represents Center for Iranian Studies at the South Asia Institute of University of London. Mr. Wagmar, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. I want to begin by asking you, how do you interpret this recent escalation in rhetoric from the United States, the kind of threats, as many would call it, that President Trump has been making of military action, or the fact that now the USS Lincoln has been moved towards the Middle East?
Well, Mr. Trump needs a more tangible, concrete plan if something is to be done. If Venezuela is looked on as a swift success, you still have the regime in place, the Chavistas. Here, you would still leave the regime intact after a few bombing, spectacular campaigns, who can continue murdering its own population in cold blood. So that will not achieve anything, because that is not what the Iranian people want, whether in the current Islamic Republic or in the diaspora, because the social contract is completely in tatters. It's a point of no return, and nobody wants to go back to this dispensation, which obviously is desperate to cling on to power as long as it possibly can, because they have everything to lose, particularly the Revolutionary Guards, who invested in more ways than one. having hijacked the economy to the tune of 60%, and the millions that they have, and billions actually, that they have made. And there are reports of some of them spiriting away their funds abroad to escrow accounts. Unconfirmed reports within the Iranian Persian-speaking diaspora do mention of certain middle-ranking level ministers and other apparatchiks having hot-footed it either to Turkey or wiring their funds to hush accounts in Dubai and the like.
Correct.
But Mr. Trump needs a more tangible plan, because you can't just bomb the Revolutionary Guards quarters or what are symbolic installations of the state, such as the state prosecutor's office or the judiciary. You need to have a campaign, a kinetic campaign, which also takes out the second and third tier levels of the communications and the state prosecutor's office, the police and the paramilitary. Only then something could happen. And at this point in time, DC does not have a tangible blueprint on the table.
So that blueprint doesn't exist as far as the United States goes, or at least it's not public, so to say. But what do you think then could be the solution to end this particular crisis? Because Donald Trump has made it very clear that he stands with the Iranian people, that he wants this autocratic regime to end. But diplomatically, there has been a complete breakdown. There is no negotiation happening between the two sides now. What comes next?
Well, at present, the regime is gloating that overnight it has managed to quash the protesters, but they are still out in the streets, be that as it may, though they have taken something of a semblance of control of the streets. But it should be writing on the wall that this is a regime on borrowed time. That is apparent this time after this particular bout of violence to all, especially those at the lower and middle ranks of the hierarchy. And some of them may be calling, at least the pragmatist voices within may be calling for time to tinker with some changes, but then tinkering with these so-called changes might lead to asking gut questions of reforming the economy, of affording civil liberties to the population, and that's not something the hardliners would do because of their belief that if you give an inch, they take a yard, and that is only the beginning of a slippery slope towards unraveling everything and losing one's grip on the levers of power. Particularly so with the Revolutionary Guards, who do not want to reform the economy and have resisted every such move, which is why Iran is in this mess. And this mess, I want to iterate, has nothing to do with sanctions that have crippled the economy. Sanctions are just the mere accelerant which exposes the rot within the economy.
Sure.
The rot within the economy was there even without the sanctions. Would that sanctions were removed today, the economy would still be dysfunctional. So it is a fallacy to maintain that the sanctions have brought Iran to its knees. Nothing could be further from the truth.
But speaking of those sanctions, you know, there have been Western sanctions on Iran for several years now. To what extent do you think these actions now that are coming in from the United States, or the comments or the threats that are coming in from the Trump administration, would that influence how Iran would behave in the future? I mean, it's not that they have kneeled so far, given the fact the kind of sanctions that they have faced, they've only come out and vowed to fight back harder.
Well, that is the raison d'etre of the regime, defiance, particularly to the West and particularly to the US. It thrives on it. It is its lifeline. It is what gives its semblance of justification at home. Not that the Iran population buys it, but that is how they will continue being so. The point is, for now, Tehran may have something of a breather because US allies in the region have asked Washington to not go in for an attack. That's because Tehran has been building bridges with some of its partners in the last 6 to 12 months, particularly with Cairo and Riyadh. So for now, MBS and Saudi Arabia would ask Washington to go slow because they don't want to upset the apple cart. And also remember that these are autocratic Middle Eastern traditional sheikdoms who are wary of a populist regime toppling an authoritarian government. Imagine what the repercussions would be at home for them too. So they'd sooner prefer to put up with a weakened authoritarian regime, that is the current security state of Iran, than to see it completely crumble.
But then what happens if Tehran does
satisfaction.
want to respond militarily, diplomatically, politically, however which way you see it? How do you think that would play out for the region?
Well, that would be the usual modus operandi of blocking the Strait of Hormuz. But then, as per the international law of the sea, Oman also has maritime jurisdiction, so it's not completely in Tehran's hands. That is point number one. Point number two, they could attack in Iraq, which is the soft spot, the underbelly for US troops. But then that is what they would want to do by distracting from their current crises at home, by attacking, say US bases like the 5th Fleet in Manama, Bahrain, or Al Udeid, Qatar, which they did last year, as you know. But those would be symbolic gestures. They could exercise it, and they will threaten to do so, because that sort of saber rattling is what they've always done, and sometimes their bluff has been called off.
So in that case, then,
also,
do you think this is going to be the end of the Khomeini regime, so to say, either by overthrow of the autocratic government there, the autocratic regime there, or replacement of the Ayatollah himself?
Well, when 86-year-old Khamenei dies, and if the system is still in place, the security apparatus is in place, what I do envisage, and what we have seen in Iranian studies as specialists, is that the Republican Guards, Revolutionary Guards, will come to the fore. And it will become like Pakistan, a dictatorship. Security, military oligarchy is what Iran will transmogrify into from what is this current clerical autocratic theocracy. The Guards will maintain a semblance of Islamic veneer of piety and being led by clerics, but the said clerics will take an increasingly sliding role as the Guards come to the fore, and they will also push aside the traditional armed forces with whom they have no love lost in the last 47 years, and with whom they have a very correct, albeit cold relationship. And that also brings me to mind to point out that what one is banking on, as what happened during the last revolution in 78-79, is that something must give. If the traditional armed forces or the police refuse to fire on protesters, that's where you may see some unraveling occurring within the security apparatus at the lower or middle level ranks. Not obviously with the Guards, who are doctrinally driven and are fanatically wedded to the ideology of the regime and protecting their profits and patronage and power.
So in that case, whether things actually change for the people of Iran, that's something that we'll have to wait and watch out for. Also, the larger context of this United States versus Iran fight, what it would mean for the two countries and the world as a whole. But Mr. Wagner, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Brass Tacks. That's not the only conflict, though, that the US seems to be mired in. Greenland re-emerged as a focal point of geopolitical tension in the Arctic. This after several comments and several reiterations made by the US president asserting American claims to the island. Although Trump previously framed this idea in 2019 as a real estate deal, his second term as president transformed that proposal into a more explicit claim over the territory. Trump, in fact, has argued that US ownership of Greenland is necessary to preempt Russian and Chinese expansion in the region. But are those concerns valid, or is just rhetoric? I dig a little deeper.
Talking about acquiring, not leasing, not having it short term. We're talking about acquiring. And if we don't do it, Russia or China will, and that's not going to happen when I'm president.
Donald Trump insists the United States needs to own Greenland to prevent Russia and China from doing so. He says it can be done the easy way or the hard way, but ownership is a must. In fact, the White House asked Greenland to choose. A picture posted on social media by the White House handle showed sleighs at a crossroad with the United States on one hand and Russia and China on the other. Which way Greenland, asked the post. But why is the United States making Greenland and Greenlanders choose in the first place? It's not a choice for the United States to make. Trump has urged that US control or influence over Greenland is needed for national security, to keep Russia and China away from its expansion plans. Greenland, a remote Arctic island, is massive. It's almost as big as Western Europe. A high-stakes meeting between the United States, Denmark and Greenland over Arctic island's future ended without any major breakthrough, amplifying concerns about the prospect of a near-term solution.
Well, we're going to see what happens with Greenland. We need Greenland for national security, so we're going to see what happens. If we don't go in, Russia's going to go in and China's going to go in. And there's not a thing that Denmark can do about it, but we can do everything about it.
Greenland's wealth is staggering. Rare earth minerals, crucial for telecommunications, uranium, vast oil reserves and natural gas previously thought unreachable. Currently, China dominates much of the global supply. Greenland could shift that balance, giving the United States unprecedented control over resources vital for the 21st century. It lies along key transatlantic routes, hosts the US Thule Air Base. The US sees Greenland as essential for early warning radar systems and a gateway for Arctic defense. Russia and China, meanwhile, see the broader Arctic region as an avenue for shipping, energy and resources. But Trump's warnings about China and Russia are unfounded. Independent data and analysts show no mass Russian or Chinese fleets that are swarming Greenland's waters. US strategy documents highlight the potential for adversary activity in the region, but don't point to any active bases or deployments on Greenland itself. China has research vessels in the central Arctic Ocean, and while the Chinese and Russian militaries have done joint exercises in the region in the past, they have taken much closer to Alaska.
Ни Россия, ни Китай не заявляли ни о каких подобных планах. Нет никакой фактологической информации, которая могла бы хоть в чем-то подтвердить подобные обвинения. Это раз.
The Northern Sea route, a maritime route in the Arctic Ocean, is becoming easier to navigate due to the melting ice. The NSR can cut shipping trips significantly short, and Russia is hoping to ramp up commerce through the NSR to trade more with Asia than with Europe due to the Western sanctions. Last year, the number of oil shipments from Russia to China via this route rose by a quarter. China is also probing the region. They have sent 10 scientific expeditions to the Arctic and built research vessels to survey the icy waters. Here's the bottom line. Russia is active in the Arctic and expanding its military footprint, but not specifically targeting Greenland. China is also interested. They're interested more so in the shipping and minerals and the economic leverage that they would have, but no bases or any forces in the region or in Greenland itself. The US views their activities as part of a strategic competition, influencing how it frames the issue. Greenlanders and Danes emphasize sovereignty, rules-based diplomacy and caution against these alarmist narratives. So do Russia and China actually pose a threat to the United States in Greenland as Donald Trump suggests? Well, the straightforward answer is no, at least not in the direct military sense. What exists is a broader strategic competition over Arctic influence, climate-linked access to resources and shipping routes, and both sides are watching each other closely. Now in the Arctic, perception often matters as much as presence. President Donald Trump's rhetoric comes amid a heightened scramble for the region. Whether Greenland becomes a zone of cooperation or conflict will entirely depend on diplomacy, respect for sovereignty, and how the major global powers choose to engage in a rapidly changing world. But one thing is clear, Greenland is no longer just ice and snow. It's a geopolitical chessboard, and China, Russia, and the United States are all making their moves.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Joining us now is a lady who's seen it all. When they wrote him off, she was there as a pillar of strength. And today, as he has proved all of them wrong and further entrenched himself in the politics of Maharashtra as a tall leader, she must be proud. Let's go straight across to her, Amruta Fadnavis ji, wife of Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis. Amruta ji, namaste, Jai Hind, bahut badhai. How does it feel?
Very happy, overwhelmed, and very thankful to Modi ji for his guidance, for his vision, and the hard work put in Maharashtra by each and every Karyakarta, and also by Devendra ji and his associates, Mahayuti, because of which this stunning victory was possible.
It's not just long ago when he was literally written off as a failure, as somebody who will not survive in Maharashtra politics. You were there as a pillar of strength. When you look back at that time and you look at today, what is going through your mind?
I just feel that people are the real judges of who is doing what for Maharashtra. And yes, there are ups and downs. Politics is synonymous to that, but one has to keep his integrity intact, keep on working for the people, and people recognize it one day or the other.
Amrita ji, you are his pillar of strength, and he has often said that. He said that to me too. And he finds a lot of strength, draws a lot of strength from you. What was his outlook ahead of this entire civic body elections? This was also quite tough. Was he ready for this challenge?
Let me start with you, Tuin Sena. Like I said, 10 or 15 years ago, the BJP was playing second fiddle to big brother Shiv Sena. Today, the Thackerays have been relegated to an almost politically irrelevant space. They're not in power either in the state or in the BMC. The BMC was what was their guard. They derived their power from the BMC. And despite the fact that the Thackeray cousins united and appealed to this almost nativist parochial sentiment, saying that, this is our last stand. If you don't save the Marathi Manus in this election, if you don't vote for the Thackerays, then the Marathi Manus are done for. But the people of Mumbai have not resonated with that message. They have voted for development, and they've given you now a triple engine sarkar. Tuin.
Well, good evening, Zaka. Good evening, everybody. It's a big day for Mumbai. It's a big day for Maharashtra. So far we have been talking about double engine sarkar, but what we have seen in the last couple of years is triple engine sarkar coming in across the country. So whether even in Maharashtra, and it is not just the success of BJP and Mahayuti is not just confined to BMC. In Pune and in Nagpur, look at the majority, more than 2/3 seats in Pune and Nagpur. We have won Sambhajinagar, which was never our domain, which was never a strong area for us. We have won Nasik, where we were not strong. So, in one word, in one flow, the voters of Maharashtra seem to have completely rejected the negativity of the Mahagathbandhan. But at the same time, while we are focusing on Thackeray brothers, the negativity and the narrow-mindedness of their politics, I think it's a bigger blow for the Congress party. The Congress party, until 2014, was in power in the state for 3 successive terms. Imagine that Congress party today has been reduced to a mere 3 seats in the heart of Mumbai. Mumbai is where Congress party had their first adhivation, after the Congress party was formed. So I think, the way Congress party has become extinct in many other parts of the country, it is now extinct in Maharashtra also. And I will repeat what I've been saying for some time. People have now started punishing the Mahagathbandhan for their falsehood, for their lies. Now today Rahul Gandhi tweets about the quality of ink. Imagine in the last 18 months, this is the 3rd excuse which he has given for the loss, from EVM tampering to vote chori to the quality of ink. When will this Congress party and when will the
so today again he put out a tweet saying the election commission is gaslighting. The election commission is gaslighting the people of India. Let me ask China NC this, whether it is blaming EVMs, vote chori, now gaslighting by election commission, indelible ink being delible, all of that. At the end of the day, are the people of India being insulted, the voters of Mumbai being insulted? Because let's face it, a political party also needs to be humble enough to accept the results. The people of Mumbai have spoken. You accept the result. It hasn't gone your way, but that's fine. Sometimes you lose elections, sometimes you win elections. But to insult the voters of Mumbai by saying that, election commission is gaslighting you, that's not on.
So, Zaka, I think, the standard practice of the script writer for the Ubata and the Manse is a gentleman called Sanjay Raut. And tomorrow morning, I'm quite looking forward to hearing what his reasons of not coming to power are. Sometimes it's the election commission, sometimes it's EVM, sometimes it's misuse of money power and votes for notes and notes for votes and whatever have you. Sometimes it's saying that BJP does dhanda at Kamatipura. Sometimes it's this ink mark. Come on, move beyond, because the people of Mumbai are way too intelligent. They have voted for development, and that's why they have chosen the Mahayuti. Our leader Eknath Shinde has espoused the cause of why haven't we even had
Viewers, what a day for the Bharatiya Janata Party. 2026 couldn't have begun on a more optimistic note for the Saffron Party in a year that is likely to see BJP fighting some very hard fought battles or elections in Bengal, Assam, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. The verdict from Maharashtra Civic battlefield is a massive fillip for brand Modi. Maharashtra, which is the second most electorally significant state in terms of the sheer number of MPs it sends to parliament, has confirmed that brand Modi and the BJP sway, by extension, doesn't just endure, it dominates. And this, viewers, this local election that cuts across the state is not some contest that is taking place in colonies or localities. This is a contest for mind space. A mind space that was sought to be occupied by 2 or 3 thoughts that had been implanted by the opposition. That number one, elections in Maharashtra are somehow rigged. That there cannot be any fair play in the contest, because the Election Commission is already playing third umpire in favor of the BJP, the Mahayuti, the Shiv Sena, and most importantly, that it is not the BJP or the NDA that is the party of good governance that speaks for the people of Maharashtra, but it is the Congress or the UBT or the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena. But viewers, all those notions have crumbled. And here are the numbers. Just have a look at the numbers. They're on your screens. 87 seats the BJP gets. The Shiv Sena, which is led by Mr. Shinde, who's going to be with us in just a few moments on the show, has 27 seats. The UBT has shrunk, and the MNS has pulled it down. So these two cousins came together, viewers, opportunistically in the hope that they could actually hang in there. But look at the strike rates for the BJP and compare them to those of the opposition. The Thackeray's and the Pawars, who all decided to bury their differences and come together, are decimated. Their strike rates are very badly off. Look at the Congress, 13% compared to the BJP, 64%. Let's look at some other strike rates, viewers. And they will astound you, because it tells you the domination of the BJP. The BJP there, again, 64%, as I told you. Its own alliance partner has a 30%, so it outperformed its own alliance partner. That was supposed to be a counterfoil to the UBT. And look at the UBT, a 39% strike rate, and the MNS a 12% strike rate. So losing 100 contests out of the 165 that it contested. The NCP and the NCP of Sharad Pawar came together, thought that they could fool the public, but the public has responded, viewers, by almost decimating them in Mumbai. They're finished. These are the big numbers. And these big numbers tell you that there has been a tectonic political shift, cementing the BJP as the undisputed party to beat in Maharashtra and reinforcing Devendra Fadnavis as the state's principal power center. For the opposition, this is more than an electoral setback. It is a crisis of relevance, viewers. The Pawars stand diminished, slipping behind the BJP in key urban centers like Pimpri Chintwad. And I just want to, viewers, bring out some of those statistics for you. The performance beyond Mumbai. In Pimpri Chinchwad, Pune, these are the areas where, viewers, the Pawars hold sway. And they're trailing the BJP. Out of 128 seats, they've only been able to corner 36 viewers. The story in Pune is no difference. Their once formidable political mystique is fading fast. The Thackerays now, let's have a look at them. Once synonymous with Mumbai's politics, have been decisively shown the door after 26 years, not just in the city, but even in their backyard of Thane and other areas around Mumbai, in Greater Mumbai. So you have about 4 or 5 seats here that we are looking at, viewers, that we have clumped together. About 29 civic bodies of the MMR, the metropolitan region of Mumbai. And look at the performance. The BJP Shiv Sena has 1400 of these seats. Not even 10%, just about 10%, viewers, is the Shiv Sena, UBT and the MNS combined. Complete decimation. Absolute humbling. The broader message is equally stark for the India Alliance. Parochialism, lackluster campaign and an absence of public connect have once again proven costly. As regional satraps shrink into silos, voters appear to be rewarding scale, stability and national leadership. Viewers, as you read the big takeaways on your screens, a summation of what I am telling you, the DMK and the TMC that are going to be next facing elections in about 3 months must watch closely as Maharashtra's result clearly points to the limitations of insular parochial politics. India has no time for the facile and venomous insider-outsider narrative that sets Indian and Indian against each other and reeks of not pride but insecurity, viewers. India has no time for that, and let's open this up. Let's bring in our guests because this is an important moment. It's a point of inflection, viewers. And it's a point of inflection that is going to have a massive impact nationally. Mr. Gawande, who's trying to fix the picture, let me tell you, is out of the picture today. He's out of the picture, his party is finished, relegated. And you have the Congress, which is floundering. It tried to create this atmosphere that people must not trust the ballot anymore. It was all rigged. What have the people done to the Congress, viewers? 276 in just the MMA out of 2869. Do the math, it's less than 10%. Less than 10%, viewers. Complete decimation. And if you look across the state, it's even worse. Mumbai, where Rahul Gandhi sort of prides himself as connecting with the youth and speaking for everyone in this country, Mohabbat ki Rajniti. If I were to show you, viewers, the strike rate in Mumbai, 167 seats contested, 24-1, strike rate of 14%. What to say, viewers? The same politics is being echoed by DMK, by Mamata Banerjee. I hope they are watching. Let me begin first with Amitabh Tiwari, founder of Vote Vibe, who's going to tell us a little bit more about the outcomes for the national picture. Because we know the outcome here in Maharashtra is the third election, viewers, in about 18 months. The third election in Maharashtra. And it has turned out an overwhelming result on all 3 occasions for, viewers, the BJP. So, Mr. Tiwari, from the local to the national, a quick thread of how you see this impacting the national picture.
See, essentially, if you see, these 29 municipal corporations represent the entire urban pockets of Maharashtra. And what the mandate shows is that the people have voted largely for governance and development rather than identity politics, which was played by the opposition in BMC as well as in other areas. What it also shows is that the BJP has many soldiers on the ground. It's not just dependent upon one leader, and it knows its weaknesses very well. So in any battle, it is out there or goes out there to win the election. So even when it is behind, let's say in a state like West Bengal or a Tamil Nadu or a Kerala perhaps, it knows its weaknesses and is already perhaps chartering out a strategy as to how to win those elections. Whereas in some regional parties as well as in national parties like the Congress, they did not even put up a fight in this municipal corporation elections. That Tehseen would vouch for this, I think, perhaps. So you will not fight without contesting any election. So I think these are the points which the opposition now needs to mull over as to they are contesting against an election.
It's also a matter, sir, of respecting the electorate, not fear-mongering, respecting it. And respect means that you go out there and you earn their vote. And I want to give you some statistics, viewers. The first and foremost is this, that Devendra Fadnavis held statewide campaign meetings and rallies number 37. Eknath Shinde, 54. 25 public meetings, 29 road shows. Ajit Pawar, who's also, of course, fighting with his back to the wall, held 25. Uddhav Thackeray, just 3. 3 viewers, 3.
Last 3 days.
And that too last 3 days, yes. Raj Thackeray, 3 joint meetings in Nashik, Thane and Mumbai. Congress, 0. Where was their leader, viewers? Like in Bihar, when he was holidaying, this time he was in Vietnam, holidaying. So Tehseen Poonawalla, when you hold your voter in contempt, you don't even care about them, thinking that your surname itself is going to be a campaign slogan. This is what happens. This is a rejection not just of identity politics, but entitlement. And Milind Deora is just going to be joining me in just 30 seconds. And we're going to include him in our panel. But I want you to respond to me, Mr. Tehseen Poonawalla.
So first of all, Rahul, thank you so much for having me in the show. Congratulations to Susie Ben. A couple of shows, times I have told her during the day, but on as many channels as possible, congratulations. Look, there are a couple of things that I do agree with. Amitabh will bear with me that the Congress was born in Pune. Its first session was supposed to be held in Pune, now then Pune. And because of the plague, it was shifted to then Bombay, now Mumbai. So to see the Congress lose the kind of relevance in Pune and Mumbai, it's completely left me heartbroken. And I do believe the Congress could have fought. And I don't agree with you that Rahul Gandhi ji should have campaigned, like the Prime Minister didn't campaign. But maybe the Congress could have thought out of the box. Maybe a Sachin Pilot, a Shashi Tharoor could have been there. They get the middle class vote. You could have had some sort of enthusiasm. There are two things that we've really lost, not just the vote and the electorate in these areas. What we've also lost, Rahul, and I have to tell you, is the liberal media space. That went completely to the Thackeray brothers. So that is something that's gone completely away. And I think a lot of what we've realized in these elections is if the Congress still is a very formidable force in Maharashtra. Vidarbha is the number one party even right now. It's still forming the mayor in five corporations, which includes Western Maharashtra, Marathwada, Vidarbha, and Konkan. So it's forming a mayor everywhere. It still has 20% vote. I think the Congress has to get back to the grassroots, work very hard, go back to the rate, and change the Mara. And Milind, you have to tell you something. Milind ji told me. I'll tell you something. I have to say because Milind is here. Can you get Milind on the screen? I have to say
Yeah, we'll
this.
just one second. I just want to hang on. You know, before you give a bhashan to Milind Deora and mess up his politics also. No, one second, and mess up his politics also. He's very clear-headed, viewers. He exited the Congress party seeing where the Congress was headed. You can accuse him of being opportunistic, a turncoat, this, that, the other, but he chose the winning side because he is not arrogant. He cannot afford to take his career, his political future for granted. Others think that they are born to win. Look at the way Tehseen immediately drew a parallel between Rahul Gandhi and the Prime Minister. Saying, oh, the Prime Minister didn't campaign. So, where does Rahul Gandhi need to campaign? Rahul Gandhi is sitting in opposition, viewers. He needs to win your trust. He needs to earn your trust. He needs to prove that every time he is launched, he is not going to disappoint you. He has to be like Sisyphus, who keeps pushing the big boulder up the mountain, even if it means it will slide back and roll him over. But no, he's cooling his jets in Vietnam. That's what he's doing, viewers, because he thinks that the heavy lifting is someone else's job and that you must vote for him just because he's a Gandhi. So forget it. And now there will be another Vadra who will be in the inheritor race of the Congress. Vadra has already said, I'm willing to step in because others can't shoulder the mantle. So, one second, I just want to bring in Milind Deora for 30. Mr. Vadra came out and said, I am willing to step in. He said it on the day when many people were saying that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra must be made a leader. No, hang on, must replace Rahul Gandhi. There were some Congress people who said it. I don't take them seriously. Maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe no one does. But the fact is, on that day, he says, I back my wife. Yes. And I'm also willing to get into it. Anyhow, viewers, the point is, he said it on a numerous number of occasions that he would like to play and serve the public by stepping in. So the point is not that, the point is entitlement, and then you think that you can divide the public by playing this insider-outsider game and ally with parties who do that. Do you think people are fools? Raj Thackeray, the mascot of venom politics, viewers, is today in the India alliance. The same alliance that says we join everybody. Of course he is.
He's not.
Of course he is. Who's denounced him? Who's denounced him? Who has come out and said, we reject? Has the Congress, no, has Rahul Gandhi, no, 1 second. Has Rahul Gandhi talks about the welfare of all humanity, of all Indians, come out and said that Mr. Raj Thackeray has no business being in politics? No, viewers, he's silent. He's in Vietnam. He's absolutely silent. And you know what, viewers? He's doing a disservice to the opposition and thereby Indian democracy. Move aside, you're done. I just want to very quickly open this up further and bring in Milind Deora. It's an important conversation. Mr. Deora, what's the message nationally from Maharashtra? It's not just a local poll, because the opposition didn't make it a local poll. They said it's a test case for Indian democracy. It's also therefore a barometer of the national mood, and certainly the mood of Maharashtrian voters. How do you react to this question?
Well, firstly, there's certainly a very strong local message. The local message is that the people of Maharashtra, not just Mumbai, people across Maharashtra have decisively voted in favor of the Mahayuti. People believe that the work being done by the central government, state government, and local municipalities in coordination with one another can benefit the people of Maharashtra. And that's a very positive message. As far as the national message goes, I think it's very clear that the Indie alliance, if you will call it that, is certainly non-existent in a state like Maharashtra, which, mind you, is the country's second largest state in terms of its electoral size, its number of Lok Sabha seats. And the fact that, you know, a key ingredient of the Indie alliance, the UBT party, which controlled, and it's really now relinquished to only Mumbai, its only base across Maharashtra is left in Mumbai, and it controlled the Mumbai Municipal Corporation for 30 long years, is now left with nothing. So I think it's a positive, it's positive for the NDA, but more importantly, it's very positive for development, because I say this as a Mumbaikar, as an Indian. I've been for a long time fighting to ensure that the BMC, the municipality of Mumbai, becomes more accountable to the people of the city. It functions like a world-class city. I said this to you some time back, that I've always believed that Mumbai's competition is no longer Ahmedabad, Delhi or Chennai or Bengaluru, but we have to really aspire to compete globally, and our competition has to be, we have to set a high target and a high benchmark by looking at Dubai and Singapore and trying to compete with them. They are taking market share away from a city like Mumbai.
What people don't want to be fooled anymore, viewers. They don't want to be fooled. What impact does the loss of this parochial outsider versus insider kind of politics have on equally parochial parties now who are watching this election, like the DMK and the TMC? Would you like to step in here and offer an insight on that, or would you sort of not want to proffer any sort of insight on DMK and TMC? And I understand that, you know, leader from Maharashtra, but nonetheless, I'm curious to hear your view.
Look, I don't know how different states work. As far as Mumbai goes and Maharashtra goes, things were very, very different. This was really a situation where two brothers who until very recently were at each other's throats, until just a few months ago, were at each other's throats, and suddenly came together and said that we've been forced to do it, we have to do it, and vote for us this one time because Mumbai is otherwise going to be taken out of Maharashtra. And they were rejected. So I can't see, I'm not sure if there are similarities to what may happen in other states in India, but the Maharashtra example and the Maharashtra story is certainly very unique. And in Maharashtra, certainly, just saying that you have a last name and your uncle or your father had this great legacy and you have nothing to show despite being in power for 30 years is not going to hold you in good stead. There's an expiry date for that kind of politics. And I think, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, they may not have had Thackeray as a last name, but certainly people believe that development was their middle name and voted for them.
So Tehseen Poonawalla, without, he's a very diplomatic man, Mr. Deora. So he's told you that this politics of identity, parochialness, venomous politics where you slap around North Indians because they can't speak Marathi, you call somebody from Tamil Nadu Rasmalai and so forth, doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And had the Congress stepped up to the plate and said, not in our name, please, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, you have no business to be doing all of this. We're going to take a very, 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 very dim view of this as an India alliance. You kept quiet.
I think to that extent, first of all, let me extend my congratulations to Milind Deora and to Sanju Verma. Fantastic wins for both of y'all. And to that extent, Milind is absolutely right. I remember when he was in the Congress and the Congress did do the alliance. Milind, I'm sorry, I'm just saying this personal conversation with your permission. When the Congress did do the alliance with the Shiv Sena, I had a conversation one evening with him and he said that this would be the beginning of the end of the Congress. And he had told me this, and I'm saying this on national TV, and he said that the Congress voters would not accept this kind of parochial politics and it would lead to a loss for the Congress. He had said this to me. So this is true. But you see, there is one more thing about Raj Thackeray ji that I have to put forward. Raj Thackeray ji's politics is not meant for Maharashtra. I mean, Raj Thackeray ji is, I call him rejected Thackeray. His only achievement is anti-democracy. He believes in mobocracy, get a bit of mob, beat up a few people, and for some reason he tends to be a leader and he tends to get away with the bullying he does. And
show me one statement from the Gandhis, from Mr. Kharge, no, 1 second, from Mr. Kharge, from the Gandhis that are critical of this kind of politics. Zero.
Okay.
Yeah, one second. Okay. Let me just bring in Sanju Verma.
Why don't you withdraw his police security? Withdraw his police security. See,
one second. Just a minute. Tehseen Poonawalla, it can't always be about whataboutry. Think of your own selves, because I'll tell you something. No, 1 second. I'll just tell you, viewers, how much hypocrisy resides in the India bloc today. Here is a statement, let me tell you, 6 November 2024. So you're talking about roughly 13 months ago. This is what Supriya Sule said, quoted in the Hindu, which is a paper they read like it's their will and testament. This is what it is. The fight with Ajit Pawar is real and there's no question of reconciliation. And here they are, viewers, stuck like glue. Obviously, the public feels that you don't respect their intelligence. Isn't it, Mr. Gawande? And let me bring in Sanju Verma also. Mr. Gawande, quick one. First, explain this volte-face. What is this volte-face for?
Let me first start off once again by congratulating Sanju Verma and Susie Ben on their victories today. I think it's a moment of introspection. We must accept this verdict with grace. And I think to start off with, that is the lesson that we draw from this election.
Now, both me and Sanju are glowing.
Yeah, never heard him being so complimentary. Maybe he'll also join you guys in the next by the next month.
He's also glowing. No.
Okay, anyhow, explain this contradiction. Coming back to the point. Come on.
we've always known that alliances made at the local election level are not representative of alliances at the state level or at the national level. This has been the case in Maharashtra in the past, when the NCP and the Congress have fought separately and the Shiv Sena and the BJP have fought separately. Indeed, it's been the case this election where the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde was this close to coming into our alliance in Pune, right? So in many ways, these are not alliances that are unusual or unnatural at the local body election level. Time and again, the clarification has come out that no proposal has been put forward for a merger or a coming together of the two NCPs at the state level and the national level. And I don't think that's even in question right now.
Okay, 1 second. When the Pawar family itself comes out and says, Supriya Sule, heir apparent of Mr. Sharad Pawar, comes out and says, the fight with Ajit Pawar is real and there's no question of reconciliation. The voter is expected to believe. And I've heard you on my show saying that Ajit Pawar was corrupt and he was taken by the BJP, which just shows how much opportunistic they are. You said this to me on this show.
No, Rahul, I said very clearly that unfortunately the BJP, which labeled those allegations against Ajit Dada, is the one taking him on their side.
Okay, so viewers, basically you were trying to hit at the BJP for being hypocritical by suggesting in not so many words that yes, Ajit Pawar, doesn't have the cleanest reputation. You pride yourself as being a party that is above corruption and so on and so forth. But look at the alliance of convenience. That's what you were saying. Okay, now you see, you can do a somersault, it's fine. You're not going to get into the BJP that easily. Let me tell you this. I just want to quickly bring in Sanju Verma on this point. Sanju Verma, what is the national message? Everyone is going to try and bring this back to Maharashtra, but there's a bigger message. It's clear.
Thank you, Rahul. I've come in 22 minutes into the debate, but I must appreciate you have an elephantine memory. And I don't think anybody can get past you in terms of what they've said in their previous debates and try and, navigate the situation currently, which is what one of the spokespersons was trying to do. But I don't want to make this between me versus him. I want to start by quoting a few lines which Devendra Fadnavis said during his campaign trail. And I think they're very pertinent to the discussion we are having today. In 2 seconds. हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए, इसी हिमालय से कोई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए, आज यह दीवार पर्दों की तरह हिलने लगी, शर्त लेकिन थी कि ये बुनियाद हिलनी चाहिए, शर्त लेकिन थी कि ये बुनियाद हिलनी चाहिए. एंड बुनियाद हिल चुकी है. बुनियाद उद्धव ठाकरे की हिल गई, बुनियाद कांग्रेस की हिल गई, बुनियाद द पवार सेक्शन की हिल गई, बुनियाद राज ठाकरे की हिल गई. Coming back, switching back to English, I just want to say a few things. A, the triple engine model is going to work wonders. There is always a quid pro quo in any relationship between voters and the people they choose by having their index finger inked on that important day. The voters just demand 3 things: transparency, accountability, and corruption-free good governance. And politicians promise, but there are very few who deliver or who walk the talk. And I want to say this. This election was never about North Indian versus South Indian, Marathi versus non-Marathi, Gujarati versus Tamil. Please, Rahul, you get so impatient when I start speaking. Let me have my 30 seconds. This election was fought by Fadnavis on the back of the Samruddhi Expressway, the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail, the Andheri, Versova link road, the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. This was fought on the back of the Marathwada grid project. This was fought on the back of successful programs like the Jal Yukt Shiva Abhiyan. This was fought on the back of stuff like Maharashtra and Gujarat together accounting for more than 59% of the total FDI that came into India in 2024. This election is being fought and was fought on the 11 metro corridors. This election was fought on the Mumbai Metro Aqua Line 3. This election was fought on the back of the fact that today you actually have functional BMC schools where people from underprivileged sections of the society get decent, affordable education.
Yes.
This election was never about Rasmalai versus Doodh Malai versus Jalebi. That was the low-level discourse which Uddhav Thackeray dragged down this election too. My final point is this. Do you know, you are a very well-read guy, and you wrote that nice op-ed. I was just going through it. Benjamin Franklin says, if you fail to prepare, be prepared to fail.
Yeah.
And I think the Thackerays never prepared for this day. They thought, अरे ये मुंबई तो हमारे घर की धरोहर है. मुंबई किसी के बाप की धरोहर नहीं है. That is what I would like to tell them. This politics of divide and rule, politics of flippancy, politics of trying to ingratiate the voters.
Okay, so let me
engaging with them. This does not work. And my final point, just indulge me for 10 seconds. I always say voters have a phenomenal memory. Uddhav Thackeray was the chief minister from November 2019 to June 2022. In those 2.5 odd years, he did not visit Mantralaya even once during peak COVID wave. He was carrying out.
So I began by reiterating that point. Sanju Verma has given you the details, minutiae. But I want to open this up. There's Susi Benji who's there with us, and there is of course Mr. Farooqi who's also here with us. Now viewers, what concerns me is that it's the opposition that is shrinking in this country, because the opposition doesn't have a message. How can a message be in a metropolitan city that represents the entire cosmology of Indian diversity? How can a party who wants to win there say, don't come if you can't speak the language? Don't come if you can't do this and you can't do that. How can you be so out of touch, Mr. Farooqi? How can you be so narrow in your view? And therefore, if you have such a negative message, who is going to vote for you? And that creates a problem for the honest citizen, because we want to hold our governments to account. And we need the opposition to do that. Aap to khatam ho rahe hain. Look at Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra today, viewers. Uttar Pradesh gone. 80 seats to parliament, and in Uttar Pradesh, viewers, at the assembly level and at the parliamentary level, you know the score. There was a bit of a hiccup for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh in 2024, but that was an aberration. Let me tell you that. And look at Maharashtra. In Maharashtra today, viewers, 3 elections have taken place, and the opposition has been hit phenomenally. The third one has sealed the deal. So, Mr. Intikhab Farooqi, the BJP might have been jolted, but look at the way it has come back. It has refined its message. It has made it about development, while you are stuck in some last century.
Good evening to you, Rahul, and everybody. Yes, we have lost few seats today, and the margin there is a gap little bit in the margin. But yes, even we also have good numbers. It is not that we have lost completely. We are still there and almost there, and we are going to come back again. And in politics, these things happen. It's not that we have gone forever. Thackeray brand will always stay in Mumbai and Maharashtra when it comes to Maharashtra and Mumbai. And yes, just want to say that the damage which has been happening since many years to our party, from breaking of the party to the MLAs, to the symbol, and many other things have happened with us. And now people are blaming us that you are the one who is who has bad face.
No.
But it's okay. We are coming back, and the name Thackeray brand will always stay. And
I want to ask you a question, Mr. Farooqi, please. I have to ask you a question. Look, you're from our precious minority community. It's a very precious community for India. In the seat where Mr. Annamalai had come to represent a Tamil minority, people who had come from Tamil Nadu to work in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, and said that we don't want Rasmalai here. Contemptuous statement. In that seat, you have lost. People have rejected you. That is the leitmotif. That is the singular expression of public anger with your campaign. That you didn't have a message.
I think that was only a publicity stunt during the election to create and divert people's mind.
Oh wow!
And
so
yes,
that is what
because
Raj Thackeray was doing. Publicity stunts. Viewers, this in hindsight is the truth. You see, viewers, this is what they were doing. Their entire message was publicity. They didn't believe it. And that
we were
has
not
come
doing
through.
it, Rahul.
One second.
See,
Let me bring in Miss Shah. Let me bring in Susi Ben.
finally.
Let me bring her in because she's been waiting patiently, and thank you very much, ma'am, for doing so. How would you respond to Sena UBT? And my larger question, there is no opposition. And I would like Tehseen Poonawala and Mr. Gawande, who are sensible young people who are the future of this country, to respond. Who are we to look at?
Now, should I?
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
I would just like to reply to Mr.
Yes.
Faruqi.
Yes, please.
This election there has been a tectonic shift. Now, as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, it is once and for all decided that the real Shiv Sena, the real legacy of Vandaniya Hindu Hriday Samrat Bala Saheb Thackeray rests with our able leader Eknath Raoji Shinde, who calls himself DCM, dedicated to common man, and I may add Mahila as well. So therefore it is settled once and for all, bow and arrow, the rightful legacy of Bala Saheb, the right to have a bow and arrow symbol is with Eknath Raoji Shinde, and we are very, very proud to be part of his team. Now, having said that, this entire election was resting on M. And I would say, what is that M? M is the Marathi Manus, it is the Marathi Asmita, it is the Mahila, it is the Mahavikas that we have envisaged, and you've seen today. On all these four grounds, we have stood firm, we have worked together, worked hard together. Rahul, as you rightly said, between Devendra Fadnavis
though
ji
you
and
are fighting, though you
we
fought
have
the election
traveled
with bow and
the
arrow,
nook and corner,
we
of
fought with the torch,
Maharashtra,
but
won the
still
mandate of the people.
you can see the difference
Look at
between
our
the margin.
Sangathan. Look at our organization.
What is the
Jo
margin
jeeta wo
between among
Sikandar,
us?
bhai.
You
Oh,
can
Faruqi
notice
ji,
that.
Jo jeeta wo Sikandar. Jo jeeta wo Sikandar.
Notice that. You can see
Anyway,
how
now
close the
I
margin
didn't say
is.
anything for good
It
half
is
an
not
hour,
that.
so please
It is
listen
not
to me.
that there is a big margin
Faruqi ji,
among us.
Rahul
You
bhai,
can
this
see
is
that
not
we are
One
almost
second,
there.
Faruqi bhai,
I
she
was
didn't
nicely
interrupt you.
preparing
Please,
for
she
half
never
an hour.
interrupted you. You said what you had to say. I also never interrupted you. Why are you doing that to her? She's coming after 25 minutes on the debate. Let her make her
Exactly.
point. You can respond.
No,
I am not
yeah.
going to stop you, sir. I am not part of the government in Punjab that will lock up journalists, or in Telangana that will lock up journalists. I'm not that type of person. I'm not going to lock you up, sir. You will have your voice. Please, Miss Shah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now, see, their threatening and intimidation never stops. You know what happened on the day of the election? They had this so-called Bhagwa Brigade, where they were actually threatening, creating a ruckus at the polling stations. When they stopped, they took law and order in their hands. They were calling people. They were hooliganism, halla bol. I mean, what kind of legacy you want to leave behind for Bala Saheb Thackeray? That's number one. And number two, I would like to very, very humbly say that Mumbaikar today has defined who's Mumbaikar, who's a Marathi Manus. We are the people who come together in Mumbai, who take Mumbai as their Karma Bhumi, as their Janma Bhumi, as their Annapurna, and we all are equal part in the 70,000 crore budget that the Mumbai Corporation has. But in the same breath, I would say that Mumbai belongs to Marathi Manus, Mumbai belongs to Maharashtra, और जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा, Mumbai Maharashtra की राजधानी रहेगी. This false narrative of Mumbai being separated, shifted, taken away to Ahmedabad, it's all bogie.
Politics of fear.
Bogus.
Ms. Faruqi, very quickly, even the Marathi Manus has dumped you, sir. Dumped you. Look at the overall numbers.
Price over.
It's not that we have. Yes, we are working on the places where we have lost. We are working on it, but yes, we are. It is not a big margin that we have lost with.
So
we are almost there.
Tell me something.
And the counting is still going on.
Let me ask you, sir. Let me ask you a question. If you really rate the people of Maharashtra so much, if you believe that they are deserving of a better future, why didn't you campaign? Should I tell you some statistics, sir?
Yes.
Uddhav Thackeray, 3 joint meetings in Nashik, Thane, Mumbai, last 3 days of campaigning. Raj Thackeray, 3 joint meetings in Nashik, Thane and Mumbai. 3 compared to Mr. Fadnavis 37 and Eknath Shinde 54. क्यों सर? ऐसे क्यों? I can't hear you, sir. I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Mr. Faruqi. I can't hear you. You have put yourself on mute. I can't read your lips. Okay, I don't know why he's not responding, viewers. Maybe no. I just want 1 second. 1 second. This question I want to ask of Mr. Poonawalla also. 0 by the Congress. So tell me, if the opposition is going to not show up, how do you expect democracy in this country to thrive, sir? You're not going to show up.
I don't understand that question. What does that
It's
mean?
a very simple question. If you're not even going to take the basic step of going out there to canvass, to give the people an alternative, how is India's democracy going to get stronger? You're today contributing to making it weak.
That question is loaded, so I'll answer that with the Congress was the only party that actually spoke about AQI. If the Congress manifesto would have read, I do subscribe to the view. I do
Look
subscribe.
at what you Amma. Tehseen, come on, you're a very fair guy. Look
Yeah,
at
but
our
they did speak.
manifesto.
They spoke about AQI. They did.
Yeah,
So what I'm just
and what are you going to do?
So what I'm saying is I do get the point that yes, they could have had better, bigger leaders to come in and campaign. But the question that the Congress gave up the campaigning is not true. Even now it's won five corporations. It's got 5 mayors.
Look, I'm not going to hear viewers. I'm only going to say this. India deserves a robust democracy. You can't have a situation where in Uttar Pradesh, the opposition is decimated. In Bihar, it is decimated because of their own misgivings and misdoings, misdemeanors, miscalculations. In Maharashtra, the second biggest state electorally, the opposition is absent pretty much. They gave up even before the election. Clearly, they weren't even out there. The biggest leaders weren't out there. How does this work, viewers? And then they will blame the ink. Maybe there was some truth to it. Yes, okay, that will be corrected.
I want to show this my index
Tomorrow
finger.
they blame the EC. If you don't show up, what can the EC do? I leave it to this because I need to speak to 1 second. Mr. Eknath Shinde is joining us. He's the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He's the person who's the giant slayer in a sense. The Thackerays are no more electorally a force. They are irrelevant almost. And I want to ask you, Eknath ji, आपका एकदम स्वीप हुआ है महायुति का. ठाकरे एंड जो पवार हैं, उनके जो फैक्शंस हैं, उनकी जो पार्टियां हैं, वो बुरी तरह से हारे हैं. आप मुझे बताइए कि आपको क्या लगता है कि लोगों ने किस एस्पेक्ट पे आप लोगों को वोट दिया है, क्यों दिया है?
पहले धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने हमारे महायुति गठबंधन को, भाजपा शिवसेना को बहुमत दिया है, मेजोरिटी दिया है, इसलिए मैं उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं. उन्होंने डेवलपमेंट को चुना है और स्वीकारा है और एंटी डेवलपमेंट करप्शन नकारा है. और जो पिछले कई 20-25 सालों से मुंबई में जिनका सरकार था उनको नकार दिया है. और 3.5 साल में जो हमने हमारी सरकार गठबंधन की महायुति के आने के बाद मैंने और देवेंद्र जी ने जो काम किया है इसको स्वीकारा है. इसलिए आज मैं मुंबई वासियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, बहुत बहुत उनका धन्यवाद देता हूँ और अभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि ये महायुति गठबंधन की सरकार यहाँ पर स्थापित की.
आपको
और ये ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार होगी. यहाँ पर हमारे एनडीए की सरकार केंद्र में है, महायुति की सरकार राज्य में है और मुंबई में महायुति की सरकार आएगी, आ गई है, तो निश्चित रूप से डेवलपमेंट के लिए बहुत फायदा होगा. क्योंकि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने मुंबई को बहुत ही प्राथमिकता दी है. मुंबई के डेवलपमेंट के लिए उन्होंने काफी योगदान दिया है. मुंबई को फिनटेक कैपिटल बनाना है, मुंबई को फाइनेंशियल ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल हब बनाना है, मुंबई जैसे दिखनी चाहिए वो ये हमारी आर्थिक राजधानी है, इसमें दुनिया भर से लोग आते हैं और इसलिए मुंबई को मुंबई जैसे बनाएंगे हम। और ये पूरी तरह जो स्थगिति स्टे देने का काम करने वालों को मुंबई वासियों ने हटा दिया है,
ठीक है,
इसलिए ये मुंबई का डेवलपमेंट हम करेंगे।
आप पे काफी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी पड़ गई, अब रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। आपको हराने के लिए जो ठाकरे भाई हैं वो जुड़ गए थे, उनको आप क्या मैसेज भेजना चाहेंगे आज?
देखिए, अभी लोगों ने तो प्रूव कर दिया है, उनका इतने सालों में जो मुंबई को सोने का अंडा देने वाली मुर्गी, और सिर्फ करप्शन हमारा तो उनका करप्शन फर्स्ट है हमारा मुंबई, इसलिए मुंबई का डेवलपमेंट फर्स्ट है हमारे लिए। और अभी लोग भी जानते हैं कि 25 साल में जो करना चाहिए था, रोड के कॉन्क्रीटाइजेशन नहीं किया, सीवरेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट नहीं किया, हेल्थ फैसिलिटी नहीं दी, मेट्रो को स्टे दिया, कई जो कार शेड को स्टे दिया ताकि लोगों को फायदा हो, ऐसा कोई काम राहत हो। ट्रैफिक है मुंबई में, स्थगिति वाली सरकार थी, अब हमारी प्रगति वाली सरकार है, तो निश्चित रूप से मुंबई वासियों को जो चाहिए हम देंगे और उनका विकास करेंगे। मुंबई को एक इंटरनेशनल सिटी के रूप में लोग देखना चाहें।
आपकी इंतकाम की घड़ी अब आ गई है, योर टाइम टू डिलीवर हैज कम, पीपल विल जज यू सर the next 5 years. Thank you very much for speaking to me. That was the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, who has now emerged as the real foil to the Thackerays in Maharashtra. Viewers, we need to move on because there is a very important development which has implications globally, massive implications. It could lead to conflict, it could lead to perhaps even another war, it could believe and lead to opportunistic takeovers by force of countries. It is a very destabilizing problem. A troubling threat from Donald Trump is shaking faith in the idea of a rules-based world order. Donald Trump says he is, quote, very serious, unquote, about taking over Greenland, turning it into the 51st state of the United States. He says, quote, anything less than US control of Greenland is unacceptable, unquote. Imagine, viewers, a country saying that I will take over another country fully at the point of a gun or through any other means, through regime change, etc. What implications that will have? Tomorrow, viewers, China might think of taking over Taiwan or perhaps even taking over some part of India they consider theirs. How is the world going to react? The US White House even issued a meme taunting Greenland, asking which way, man? Which way are you going to go? United States way? Or are you going to go Russia and China's way? Making up stories about how Russia and China have occupied Greenland. Viewers, it's bizarre. Greenland is a NATO territory, a Danish possession and a strategic Arctic prize. And Greenland has come out and said no question. Prime Minister says we are now facing a geopolitical crisis, and if we have to choose between the United States and Denmark, here and now we choose Denmark, we choose NATO, we choose the Kingdom of Denmark, we choose the EU, unquote. Europe is alarmed. Russia and China are warning Washington to step back. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia says, and I quote, current tensions over Greenland sharply expose the failure of the West's so-called rules-based international order, unquote. And let me tell you, Putin is delighted, viewers, if Trump does what he does. He's promising to do. Putin will say, thank you very much. I'm not going to leave any part of Ukraine. I'm also going to walk into Ukraine, do what you want. China will say something else. Greenland offers a possible alternative supply to reduce dependence on Chinese rare earths and all sorts of other incentives. This is pure and simple resource-based Grand Lab. That's why the United States wants it. US is considering investing directly in Greenland-based rare earth projects to secure supply. Is this real geopolitics or imperial nostalgia in the 21st century? What's the difference between the East India Company and Donald Trump's United States today, viewers? There's no difference. Can a superpower walk into and grab territory citing security and resources? We have some questions to ask, and I want to go across to Kuno Fenker, a member of parliament from Greenland. Thank you very much for speaking to me, Mr. Fenker. Trump has suggested the US needs Greenland, even hinting at force. From Denmark's point of view, is this a breach of international law? What do you think? How are they going to react? What's going to happen? Are we going to see a war? What's going to happen?
I think that Greenland, of course, will adhere to international law, and that is non-annexation, non-colonization. And our party is pro-independence, which means we don't want to be de facto annexed or colonized anymore.
Sure. So let me ask you this, because Greenland sits at the heart of Arctic rivalry. How does Denmark protect Greenlandic autonomy amid US, Russian and Chinese competition? How does this work?
Oh, yes. I think it's difficult to say. Since 2019, on the first term Donald Trump had, they had an agreement with the Danish Minister of Denmark that they had to up the ante in regards to the investments and the security defense of the area of territory of Greenland. And that has not happened. And I have also advocated that we have to be very proactive in regards to our shipping routes. I made a legal synopsis about it, that we need to increase our territorial waters from 3 nautical miles to 12 nautical miles like they do in the rest of the world, so that we can protect the coastal areas of Greenland. So Denmark has had maybe equipment that was not too new, if you can say that. They had trouble with the vessels surveilling Greenland. They had trouble with the guns on the vessels, but in the last couple of months, or if we can say in the last year, Denmark has increased the budget for military quite substantially. But I think the question is how and when those budgets will materialize in equipment that can protect and survey Greenland substantial enough so that the United States is satisfied. And I think that also in regards to the Golden Dome that the US administration is talking about, I think the US will need much more military budget to do that, and I don't even know if Denmark or any other NATO country will have the technology to do so.
So it's a bluff. Most Greenlanders oppose becoming part of the United States. Shouldn't their consent alone end this debate, sir? If they say no, then why should Trump be insisting?
Yes, absolutely. And our party is also opposing to be under annexation and under colonization again. We are still under de facto colonization, annexation, but we want to break out of it. Hence, it means that we don't want to be the 51st state, but we are absolutely aware of the geopolitical situation, and we would absolutely like to have diplomacy and talks with the US in regards to what their interests are and also what their concerns are, and even amend our current agreements in regards to defense, which is from 1951. It was made before Greenland was de facto annexed into the Danish kingdom without referendum for the Greenlandic people. So it was amended in 2004 and limited the United States in a way that maybe not substantially, but in a way that it's more difficult for the United States to have military bases and military activities in Greenland.
So you've urged countries even perhaps India, maybe through back channels to back Denmark. What role should global partners play in stopping great power land grabs, sir?
I have no recollection of Greenland urging countries like India to protect Greenland, but I think that Denmark has done a substantial work within the NATO framework and within the European framework to adhere to that the US has to adhere to international law and eventually also human rights, and that is no land is for grabs, no land is for annexation, and especially not people and a land is to be purchased. So Greenland and our partners, our allies, of course, are working with the terms of international law. And we in Naleraq Party is an independent statehood party, but we are absolutely also adhering to international law and our local laws with Denmark, which is the Self-Rule Act, where it's absolutely within the frameworks of self-determination.
So let me ask you,
we should access.
If Mr. Enkler, Greenland gets attacked, how is it likely to respond? Is Greenland prepared to fight? There is a huge disparity between your defense capacities and obviously the United States.
Greenland, we Greenlanders have no enemies, and we will always go the diplomatic way, the soft way, and also we can of course have very resilient and very tough people in Greenland. Greenlanders are hunters. Almost any household have a couple of or a handful of guns in their house. So we are not a people that goes to war, but we are a people that go hunting and live by nature. So we are extremely resilient, and our view from Greenland is no annexation, no colonization. From our party's end, the independent Greenland that can work with other states.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fenker, for speaking to me. Thank you very much for joining us. Viewers, this is going to be quite an issue, and it is one full of implications for the rest of the world. We leave it at this. The Vantage coming up. Don't go away.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Let me start with you, Tuin Sena. Like I said, 10 or 15 years ago, the BJP was playing second fiddle to Big Brother Shiv Sena. Today, relegated to an almost politically irrelevant space. They're not in power either in the state or in the BMC. The BMC was what was their guard. They derived their power from the BMC. And despite the fact that the Thackeray cousins united and appealed to this almost nativist parochial sentiment, saying that this is our last stand. If you don't save the Marathi Manus in this election, if you don't vote for the Thackerays, then the Marathi Manus are done for. But the people of Mumbai have not resonated with that message. They have voted for development, and they've given you now a triple engine sarkar. Tuin.
Well, good evening, Zaka. Good evening, everybody. It's a big day for Mumbai. It's a big day for Maharashtra. So far we have been talking about double engine sarkar, but what we have seen in the last couple of years is triple engine sarkar coming in across the country. So whether even in Maharashtra, and it is not just the success of BJP and Mahayuti is not just confined to BMC. In Pune and in Nagpur, look at the majority, more than 2/3 seats in Pune and Nagpur. We have won Sambhaji Nagar, which was never our domain, which was never a strong area for us. We have won Nasik, where we were not strong. So, in one word, in one flow, the voters of Maharashtra seem to have completely rejected the the negativity of the Mahagathbandhan. But at the same time, while we are focusing on Thackeray brothers, the negativity and the narrow-mindedness of their politics, I think it's a bigger blow for the Congress party. The Congress party until 2014 was in power in the state for 3 successive terms. Imagine that Congress party today has been reduced to a mere 3 seats in the heart of Mumbai. Mumbai is where Congress party had their first adivation, after the Congress party was formed. So I think, the way Congress party has become extinct in many other parts of the country, it is now extinct in Maharashtra also. And I will repeat what I've been saying for some time. People have now started punishing the Mahagathbandhan for their falsehood, for their lies. Now today Rahul Gandhi tweets about, the quality of ink. Imagine in the last 18 months, this is the 3rd excuse which he has given for the loss, from EVM tampering to vote chori to, the quality of ink. When will this Congress party and when will the
so today again he put out a tweet saying the Election Commission is gaslighting. The Election Commission is gaslighting the people of India. Let me ask China NC this, whether it is blaming EVMs, vote chori, now gaslighting by Election Commission, indelible ink being delible, all of that. At the end of the day, are the people of India being insulted, the voters of Mumbai being insulted? Because let's face it, a political party also needs to be humble enough to accept the results. The people of Mumbai have spoken. You accept the result. It hasn't gone your way, but that's fine. Sometimes you lose elections, sometimes you win elections. But to insult the voters of Mumbai by saying that, Election Commission is gaslighting you, that's not on.
So, Zaka, I think, the standard practice of the script writer for the Ubata and the Manse is a gentleman called Sanjay Raut. And tomorrow morning, I'm quite looking forward to hearing what his reasons of not coming to power are. Sometimes it's the Election Commission, sometimes it's EVM, sometimes it's misuse of money, power and votes for notes and notes for votes and whatever have you. Sometimes it's saying that BJP does dhanda at Kamatipura. Sometimes it's this ink mark. Come on, move beyond, because the people of Mumbai are way too intelligent. They have voted for development and that's why they have chosen the Mahayuti. Our leader Eknath Shinde has espoused the cause of why haven't we even had concrete roads for 25 years. Khadde Mukt Mumbai is a reality now because phase 1, phase 2 have been completed with utility ducts and utility tunnels in 400 kilometers, and by April end you will have 750 kilometers completely concretized. So where there is a will, there's a way, and you vote for that developmental agenda. Yes, there are
but China, challenges. It also means that the people of Mumbai are now giving you the keys to all 3 levels of government, local government, state government and centre. Which means you have to be accountable, you have to deliver now.
I was just coming to that. So that's why you need accountability, transparency and zero corruption. Now, I want to ask that, for 25 years, we didn't even have 1 sewage treatment plant. We have announced 7, and pollution, which with all kinds of toxicity, which was thrown into the sea. Now, for those people who love the shoreline and who are interested in, combating pollution and the environment, these are all core issues which the Mumbaikar wants addressed. Air quality index is a very serious challenge for a lot of people who have respiratory.
Hello, namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. It's another nervous day for the world. We are eagerly awaiting Donald Trump's decision on Iran. Will it be war or diplomacy? We'll bring you the latest statements from the White House. Also, the 4 factors that are holding up Trump. Meanwhile, sparks flew at the United Nations Security Council. It was a war of words between Iran and the US. We'll tell you who said what. In New Delhi, officials are watching things closely. Their top priority remains the security of Indian nationals in Iran. We'll tell you what the Indian government's plans are. Also on the show, Nobel Prize winner Machado presents her medal to Donald Trump. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney declares a new era in ties with China. Europe sends soldiers to Greenland in a show of solidarity. Chinese universities race ahead. while American ones lag in global rankings and Tesla struggles to take off in India. All this and more coming up. The headlines first. Russia welcomes calls by some European countries to resume dialogue. French and Italian leaders want re-engagement with Moscow on Ukraine. Dialogue between the European Union and Russia has been frozen since the beginning of the Ukraine war in 2022. The EU has imposed huge sanctions and travel restrictions on Russia because of the war. Taiwan vows to remain the world's most important AI chip maker. The declaration comes after Taipei sealed a deal with the United States. The pact will reduce tariffs on the island's shipments and increase Taiwanese investment on American soil. This comes amid fears of an attack by China, which claims the self-ruled island is part of its territory. South Korea's former president Yoon Suk-yeol sentenced to 5 years in prison. The case relates to his martial law declaration in December 2024. Prosecutors had called for a 10-year prison term. Yoon has 7 days to appeal. This is the first in a series of verdicts for the disgraced former president. Ugandan opposition leader Bobi Wine put under house arrest a day after polls. Wine has accused the government of rigging the election. Early results show a commanding lead for President Yoweri Museveni. The 81-year-old has ruled Uganda since 1986. The final results are due on Saturday. And Myanmar defends itself at the International Court of Justice, says it did not commit a genocide against its Rohingya minority during the 2017 crackdown. Myanmar claims it was a counter-terrorism operation. The Gambia has brought this case to the top court of the United Nations. A final decision could take months or even years.
The United States of America is hotter now than we've ever seen it.
Fear, confusion and anxiety. That's the situation in West Asia right now. The unrest in Iran is all but over. All eyes are now on US President Donald Trump. Will he take this opportunity to attack Iran? There's a lot of information out there, a lot of statements and concerns. So tonight we'll bring you the full picture. First, what's the official word? The White House says Donald Trump drew a red line for Iran, and that red line is more killings. If Iran keeps killing protesters, Trump warned of grave consequences.
What I will say with respect to Iran is that the president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation, and all options remain on the table for the president.
Two things to note here. One, all options are on the table, meaning a military attack cannot be ruled out. And two, Iran has halted nearly 800 executions. Trump is reportedly obsessed with this. He has apparently seen videos of previous executions in Iran. Most of them are public spectacles. Sometimes the regime hangs prisoners from cranes. After seeing those videos, Trump was reportedly on the verge of striking Iran. Well, what happened then? 4 factors seem to have stopped him. The first one, Iran decided to halt the executions. Clearly, this was a concession to Trump. Secondly, the US lacked enough firepower. We told you about this yesterday. The Americans do not have a carrier strike group in West Asia. The third factor, his own advisors, Trump's own advisors, were not convinced. Reports say they told US President Trump that even a large-scale attack may not topple the Iranian regime. Instead, it may trigger a regional war. And this, by the way, includes his special envoy, Steve Witkoff. Witkoff was asked yesterday about the possibility of a strike, and he replied he hopes for a diplomatic settlement. That's what Steve Witkoff said. And finally, the fourth factor that may have swayed Trump. His West Asian allies are cautioning him. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman, Turkey, even Israel, all of them have reportedly told Donald Trump to not attack. Why? Israel thinks the regime is not weak enough to be toppled, and the others fear a fallout, the other Arab states. These 4 factors have held off Trump. Nonetheless, he is staging more firepower in West Asia. A carrier strike group is being called in. The USS Abraham Lincoln, it was sailing in the South China Sea this week. But as we speak, it is heading to West Asia. Which brings us to the most crucial question here. What happens next? The military build-up is certainly worrying, but that alone is not proof of a looming attack. A build-up adds pressure on Iran. It also gives Donald Trump an option to strike if he wants to strike. That decision again depends on two things. One, the president himself. The White House spokesperson summed it up best. Only Trump knows what he is planning to do.
Only President Trump knows what he's going to do, and a very, very small team of advisors are read into his thinking on that. And as I just told you, he continues to closely monitor the situation on the ground in Iran.
For all we know, this is a ploy. All these leaked inputs from Trump aides, all these words of caution from Gulf allies, maybe it's all a ruse to put Iran at ease. Because right now, Iran's military is on high alert. They're bracing for a US attack. But if you give the impression of a climb down, maybe Iran will be vulnerable. And Trump is known to do this. In June last year, we had a similar situation. Trump was weighing a military attack on Iran's nuclear sites. He said he would make a decision in 2 weeks, but within days, he attacked. So Donald Trump is a wild card here. The second factor is the internal situation in Iran. Will there be more brutal crackdowns? Will there be public executions? If there are, it would give Trump an excuse to attack. But so far, we've not seen any of it. What we have seen are judicial proceedings, basically trials of jailed protesters. In fact, we have footage of 2 women being tried yesterday. One of them said that she had made a mistake. The other was accused of sending messages to Israel. Take a look at this.
ما رفتیم رو پشت بوم شروع کردم بلوک انداختن پایین ما هم جوگیر شدیم ما انداختیم.
شما میگید که افراد تو کوچه بودن دیگه. شما بلوک پرت میکردید به طرف جمعیت دیگه.
مامورا بودن داشتن رد میشدن.
خب چقدر مامور بودن؟ از کجا میدونی که مامور بودن؟
مامورا بودن.
با لباس بودن؟
مامورا با لباس همون نظامیشون بودن. که من اصلا از قصد اینا هم با خبر بودم. نمیدونم چرا این بار انقدر بچگی کردم. حتی من میدونم اینا میخوان ایرانمون رو تجزیه بکنن.
جنگ فکر میکنم نمیدونم فکر کنم جنگ فلسطین و اینا بود فکر کنم.
یعنی از زمانی که رژیم صهیونیستی علیه غزه شروع کرد شما از اون موقع شروع کردید.
ایشون به 7 زبان زنده دنیا مسلطه. بگو
نه مسلط نیستم.
بالاخره بلدی ایتالیایی بلده، هلندی بلده، آلمانی بلده، فرانسوی بلده.
هر کدوم بعضیش یک کمی کمتر. توی کانال‌های اسرائیل همشون عضو شدم.
که چی بشه؟ اسرائیل علیه غزه شروع کرد شما خبرش بدین که چی بشه؟
چرا فکر نوشتم من کاری کردم که خودمو نمیتونم ببخشم. یه پیامم فرستادم.
برای کی؟ برای کی؟
نمیشه اسمشو نگیرم. بدترین آدم اسرائیل.
برای نتانیاهو پیام مستقیم فرستادم.
So 2 factors to watch out for: Trump and the internal situation in Iran. By holding off the executions, Tehran has given Trump an off-ramp. The question is, will he take it? After all these threats and promises, can Trump spin this as a victory? This promises to be a nervous weekend. So Iran is on edge and Washington is keeping everyone guessing. In the meantime, the United Nations has decided to go through the motions. They cannot stop or resolve any conflict, as we've seen, but they can certainly debate it. So that's what they did. The United Nations Security Council met for an emergency meeting. On paper, the UNSC is the UN's most powerful body. It has the authority to pass resolutions, to impose sanctions, and even authorize the use of force on paper. Yesterday's meeting was called by the United States. The idea was to put Iran on trial for the deadly crackdown after the protests. But the conversation was not limited to that. It also reflected the fear of a US strike on Iran, the fear of a regional war, the fear of a global economic shock. Needless to say, the proceedings were quite dramatic. From fiery remarks to warnings to accusations and emotional moments, diplomats faced off in a rare show of global tension. Not so rare actually at the United Nations. The US, in fact, walked in with a clear goal: to put the Iranian regime on the defensive and to put the world on notice. US Ambassador Mike Waltz said Iran's crackdown was not just a domestic issue. He said it had global consequences and that the Iranian regime must be held accountable.
The level of violence, the level of repression that the Iranian regime has unleashed on its own citizens, its own people, has repercussions for international peace and security. And regardless of its excuses, and you will hear many today from the Iranian regime and from its friends, the regime is solely responsible for the economic misery of the Iranian people and the repression of their freedom, and they will be held accountable.
The US ambassador then raised the stakes. He said Iran is losing control and that all options are on the table to stop what he called a slaughter.
President Trump is a man of action, not endless talk like we see at the United Nations. He has made it clear all options are on the table to stop the slaughter. And no one should know that better than the leadership of the Iranian regime.
So that was the US line, that Iran is weak and America is ready to act. But Iran hit back. The Iranian ambassador to the United Nations called the American statement a lie and accused Washington of spreading misinformation.
It is deeply regrettable that the representative of the United States regime who requested this meeting has today resorted to lies, distortion of facts, and deliberate misinformation to conceal his country's direct involvement in steering unrest in Iran to violence.
Iran then said that any threat of force would be illegal and warned the US against any aggression.
Iran seeks neither escalation nor confrontation. However, any act of aggression, direct or indirect, will be met with a decisive, proportionate, and lawful response under Article 51 of the Charter. This is not a threat. It is a statement of legal reality.
So Iran says it does not want a fight, but it will fight if pushed. And then came Iran's allies. Russia accused the US of using the Security Council to sell a war.
Today's meeting, convened by our American colleagues, is nothing more than yet another attempt to justify blatant aggression and interference in the internal affairs of a sovereign state.
It's a bit rich coming from Russia, but that's geopolitics for you. And then we had China preaching exactly what it does not practice: restraint. China said the US threats were creating, quote-unquote, clouds of war, and it called military action a dead end. So on one side, the US talked about accountability. On the other, Russia and China talked about sovereignty. And in the middle, the United Nations tried to hold the line.
We note with alarm various public statements suggesting possible military strikes on Iran. This external dimension adds volatility to an already combustible situation. All efforts must be undertaken to prevent any further deterioration.
But the most emotional moment did not come from a government representative. It came from an Iranian dissident. Her name is Masih Alinejad. She was invited by the US to speak in the Security Council, and she spoke directly to the Iranian representative. She said the regime tried to kill her not once, but thrice.
You have tried to kill me 3 times. I have seen my would-be assassin with my own eyes in front of my garden in my home in Brooklyn. In United States of America, in the courthouse, I have seen my would-be assassin confessing that they have been hired by the Revolutionary Guards to end my life. My crime? Simply echoing the voice of innocent people that you killed them. Your leader, Ali Khamenei. He ordered my killing.
Some powerful and moving words there. It was one of the rarest moments at the United Nations where a dissident spoke face-to-face with the representative of the state that she accuses. But here's the question. What did this meeting actually achieve? Did it achieve anything at all? On a lighter note, yes, it brought out some great speeches, strong one-liners, a lot of drama for the cameras, but on a serious note, no. It put Iran's protests under a global spotlight, but it also exposed the deep divide among the Security Council members. And that divide is the real story. Because the UN can hold an emergency meeting, but it cannot hold anyone accountable. You've seen this play out before, of course, in Ukraine, in Gaza, most recently in Venezuela. The same thing happened. The UN becomes a stage, but not a solution. And when the UN could not act, while the UN could not act, the market certainly did, because this crisis also has a direct link to the global economy. And the first place it shows up is oil. For days, the fear of a US strike pushed prices up because any escalation in Iran raises questions about supply, shipping routes, and regional stability. But yesterday, that fear began cooling. Oil prices fell. This was because Trump had softened his tone. But today, oil prices have edged up again. Brent crude is up slightly, so is the main US crude benchmark index. The panic, you could say, has eased a little, but the nervousness is still there, and one escalation can change the story. Will he, won't he? That's the question looming over the world. Will Donald Trump strike Iran? As tensions rise in West Asia, India is not waiting to find out anymore. It is preparing for a massive evacuation, a mission to bring Indians back home. So how many Indians are there in Iran? Why are they there? And how will India pull off another evacuation in a region once again on edge? Well, here's what we know. There are around 10,000 Indians in Iran. This is according to government estimates. 10,000 Indian nationals. A large number of them are students, mainly medical students. They're enrolled in medical colleges in Tehran and Isfahan. Some study at religious seminaries in Qom and Mashhad. A significant number of these students are from Jammu and Kashmir, and there's a few reasons for that. One major reason is cost. Medical and professional courses in Iran are significantly cheaper, especially compared to private colleges in India. Reason 2, scholarships and financial assistance. Iranian colleges offer a lot of them, and that makes it accessible for students. 3, cultural and religious connections. Both share a Persian influence and Shia heritage, which makes it easier for these students to adapt. And 4, travel costs and logistical hurdles. They're lesser compared to other overseas destinations, which makes Iran a favorable destination for these Indian students. And now India is looking to evacuate them. But it won't be so easy. For now, the Indian embassy in Tehran has issued advisories. It has asked Indian nationals to remain cautious. It has asked them to be prepared to leave. Embassy officials have already contacted students and universities. Most students are registered. Their documents and passport details are on record. The first batch has been told to remain ready for evacuation. It could happen at any moment. And how will this work? Evacuations in conflict zones follow a familiar pattern. First, Indian nationals are identified and registered. Then they are moved to safer locations or evacuation hubs. And then special flights are arranged to evacuate them, which depends on airspace access and security. If Iran's airspace remains unstable, India will need alternative routes through third countries. This may include land movement to neighboring countries. They can then be evacuated via flights from those countries. India is also prepared to deploy military aircraft if civilian options are not available. And this is not new territory for India. New Delhi has evacuated citizens during the last Israel-Iran conflict, June last year. It launched Operation Sindhu during the 12-day war. Within days, special flights were arranged. Hundreds of Indians were flown out in each sortie. In just a few days, nearly 900 people were evacuated from Iran alone. And such operations have not been limited to Iran, of course. Over the past decade, India has carried out some of the largest evacuation missions globally. From Yemen to Ukraine, from Afghanistan to Sudan, from COVID lockdowns to active war zones, India has evacuated not only its own citizens, but also those from other countries. But this time, things could get a little more complicated. You see, Iran sits on one of the world's busiest air corridors. Right now, Indian planes cannot fly over Pakistani airspace. If Iran's airspace is closed too, then it will seriously impact Indian airlines. Flights will become longer, fuel requirements will increase, some routes will become operationally unviable. This will limit options and increase urgency. Again, India has done this before. In West Asia, situations escalate fast. Airspace closes without warning, evacuation windows shrink rapidly, which is why India is preparing early. Because once a conflict tips over the edge, getting people out becomes harder. For the thousands of Indians still in Iran, the coming days will be critical, and right now New Delhi is racing against time to bring them home safely. We don't know if Donald Trump will bomb Iran, but if he does, he will do so with a Nobel Peace Prize in his pocket. Don't worry, this is not a new multiverse reality. This is just a Friday in 2026. Yesterday, Trump hosted a special guest at the White House, Maria Corina Machado. She is an opposition leader in Venezuela. She also won last year's Nobel Peace Prize, the 2025 prize, a prize that Trump openly lobbied for. And guess what Machado did? She handed over her prize medal to Donald Trump. Let me pull up the picture for you. This is Machado presenting the medal to the US president. Look at that beaming smile from Trump. It's the happiest we've seen him. For context, this is Trump's presidential portrait. This is him at his own wedding. This is him at his children's wedding. And this is him getting someone else's Nobel Prize. If desperation had a face, this is it. And look at the message at the bottom. Presented as a personal symbol of gratitude in recognition of President Trump's decisive action to secure a free Venezuela. I guess Machado is living in the multiverse. What freedom is she talking about? Venezuela is still ruled by Nicolas Maduro's hand-picked deputy. Her name is Delcy Rodriguez. On Wednesday, Trump had a phone call with her. He praised Rodriguez for stabilizing relations with the US. So the fact is, Machado is out of the picture. Trump made that clear earlier this month. He said Machado lacked the respect and support to run the country, which is why she flew down to Washington to appease and win over Trump. It's a very clear quid pro quo. She gives Trump the Nobel Peace Prize, Trump gives her the presidency, or that's the hope. But Machado tried to draw some historical parallels too. Listen to this.
200 years ago, General Lafayette gave Simón Bolívar a medal with George Washington's face on it. Bolívar since then kept that medal for the rest of his life. And 200 years in history, the people of Bolívar are giving back to the heir of Washington a medal, in this case a medal of the Nobel Peace Prize, as a recognition for his unique commitment with our freedom.
The heir of George Washington? Washington led his soldiers in the War of Independence. Trump faked illness to escape the Vietnam War. As far as comparisons go, it's not a good one at all. It's like comparing the Nobel Peace Prize to the FIFA Peace Prize. And here's the funniest part. Despite this charade, nothing changes. The Nobel Committee has already made its position clear. Look at their statement. I'm quoting. Once a Nobel Prize is announced, it cannot be revoked, shared or transferred to others. The decision is final and stands for all time. So the record books will still show Machado. Wikipedia will still show Machado. Maybe Elon Musk's Grokpedia will show Trump. But other than that, nothing changes. Same for Machado. She's down a Nobel Peace Medal, but still no closer to the presidency.
I think the president's assessment that you just pointed out was based on realities on the ground. It was a realistic assessment based on what the president was reading and hearing from his advisors and national security team. And at this moment in time, his opinion on that matter has not changed.
This episode teaches us two things. First, it's a window into Donald Trump's mind. Just think about it. What sort of a person would take someone else's prize? And that too, after being publicly snubbed for it. Either a person with no self-respect or a person with no self-awareness. In this case, it could be both. In Trump's mind, the methods do not matter. What matters is the end result. He will bomb countries to strike flimsy peace deals. He will threaten tariffs to negotiate trade agreements, and he will take someone else's prize just to hold the Nobel medal. The how doesn't matter for him. Secondly, it's a lesson for the Nobel Committee. Do better. Your peace laureates are ruining the world. Some have bombed countries, some have defended genocide, some are killing their own people, and some wake up in the middle of the night screaming "Sark." We're looking at you, Mohammed Yunus. Frankly, this must count as the most embarrassing moment for a US president, and trust me, that's a tough list to crack. George H.W. Bush vomited on the Japanese Prime Minister. Bill Clinton had an affair with his intern. Joe Biden confused leaders and countries, but this is the Nobel Prize of embarrassment.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
So what it is, the fight with Ajit Pawar is real and there's no question of reconciliation. And here they are, viewers, stuck like glue. Obviously the public feels that you don't respect their intelligence. Isn't it, Mr. Gawande? And let me bring in Sanju Verma also. Mr. Gawande, quick one. First explain this volte-face. What is this volte-face for?
Let me first start off once again by congratulating Sanju Verma and Susie Bair on their victories today. I think it's a moment of introspection. We must accept this verdict with grace. And I think to start off with, that is the lesson that we draw from this election. Now,
both me and Sanju are glowing.
Yeah, never heard him being so complimentary. Maybe he'll also join you guys in the next by the next month.
He's also glowing. He's also glowing.
No.
Okay, anyhow, explain this contradiction. Coming back to the point. Come on.
We've always known that alliances made at the local election level are not representative of alliances at the state level or at the national level. This has been the case in Maharashtra in the past, when the NCP and the Congress have fought separately and the Shiv Sena and the BJP have fought separately. Indeed, it's been the case this election where the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde was this close to coming into our alliance in Pune, right? So in many ways, these are not alliances that are unusual or unnatural at the local body election level. Time and again, the clarification has come out that no proposal has been put forward for a merger or a coming together of the two NCPs at the state level and the national level. And I don't think that's even in question right now.
Okay, 1 second. When the Pawar family itself comes out and says, Supriya Sule, heir apparent of Mr. Sharad Pawar, comes out and says, the fight with Ajit Pawar is real and there's no question of reconciliation. The voter is expected to believe. And I've heard you on my show saying that Ajit Pawar was corrupt and he was taken by the BJP, which just shows how much opportunistic they are. You said this to me on this show.
No, I said very clearly that unfortunately the BJP, which labeled those allegations against Ajit Dada, is the one taking him on their side.
Okay, so viewers, basically you were trying to hit at the BJP for being hypocritical by suggesting in not so many words that yes, Ajit Pawar, doesn't have the cleanest reputation. You pride yourself as being a party that is above corruption and so on and so forth. But look at the alliance of convenience. That's what you were saying. Okay, now you see, you can do a somersault, it's fine. You're not going to get into the BJP that easily. Let me tell you this. I just want to quickly bring in Sanju Verma on this point. Sanju Verma, what is the national message? Everyone is going to try and bring this back to Maharashtra, but there's a bigger message. It's clear.
Thank you, Rahul. I've come in 22 minutes into the debate, but I must appreciate you have an elephantine memory. And I don't think anybody can get past you in terms of what they've said in their previous debates and try and, navigate the situation currently, which is what one of the spokespersons was trying to do. But I don't want to make this between me versus him. I want to start by quoting a few lines which Devendra Fadnavis said during his campaign trail. And I think they're very pertinent to the discussion we are having today. In 2 seconds. हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए, इसी हिमालय से कोई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए, आज यह दीवार पर्दों की तरह हिलने लगी। शर्त लेकिन थी कि ये बुनियाद हिलनी चाहिए। शर्त लेकिन थी कि ये बुनियाद हिलनी चाहिए। एंड बुनियाद हिल चुकी है। बुनियाद उद्धव ठाकरे की हिल गई, बुनियाद कांग्रेस की हिल गई, बुनियाद द पवार फैक्शन की हिल गई, बुनियाद राज ठाकरे की हिल गई। Coming back, switching back to English, I just want to say a few things. A, the triple engine model is going to work wonders. There is always a quid pro quo in any relationship between voters.
Whether it is foreign policy or the US economy, Donald Trump is treating everything like a live experiment. He's testing his ideas without due diligence and seeing what sticks. And the next target is the US financial market, and by extension, the investors who participate in it. 6 days ago, the US president made another shock announcement. He declared a war on credit cards.
I want a cap on credit card interest rates because, some of them are 28, almost 30%. And that the people don't know they're paying 30%. The people out there, they're working and they have no idea that they're paying 30%. No way. We're putting a 1-year cap at 10%. And that's it. They know it. They've really abused the public. The credit card companies have totally abused it. I'm not going to let it happen.
The US president wants a cap on credit card interest rates. He wants the rates capped at 10% for 1 year. This demand has rattled Wall Street. America's biggest banks were caught off guard. We're talking about names like JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Bank of America and Wells Fargo. These are 4 of America's biggest banks. They're pushing back against Trump's plans. Their executives issued separate statements, but they all said the same thing. We're all for affordability, but capping interest rates is not the way to get there. The banks have reached out to Washington to deliver this message. Their lobbyists have been reaching out to Trump's allies, and even Scott Bessent, who is the US Treasury Secretary, that's the American equivalent of a finance minister. The banks do not want Trump to go ahead with this new plan, and they're pushing back hard. And there's a reason for that. You see, credit cards are not just about everyday spending. They're part of a much bigger financial system. And here's how it works. Banks do not always keep credit card loans on their own books. They bundle thousands of these loans together and then they create a bond out of it. These bonds are then sold to investors, and the market for these bonds is massive. It is worth $70 billion. So who buys these bonds? Investors from all around the world, big institutions, pension funds, insurance companies, investors managing retirement savings, they all buy these bonds. And what do they get when they buy these bonds? Well, they are buying future payments. That's the money that credit card holders will repay, both the amount borrowed, that is the principal, and the interest charged by the banks. Now, Trump's plan could directly hit these earnings. If Trump caps interest rates at 10%, the future payments will shrink. This creates 2 broad risks. First, for the banks themselves. If returns fall too sharply, banks could be forced to use their own money to pay back these bonds and make the investors whole. So that's the first risk. The second risk is far more serious. If interest income drops too much, there may not be enough cash to pay investors. This raises the risk of losses. And that is why American banks are worried about Trump's plans. But the US president may not pay heed, because he is running a similar experiment with America's central bank, the US Federal Reserve, better known as the Fed. Trump wants the US Fed to lower interest rates, and ever since he's returned to office, he's been pushing the Fed to do this. He's targeted Jerome Powell, the chair of the Fed. Trump has accused Powell of mishandling the economy and not lowering interest rates quickly enough. The Fed has not bent to Trump's pressure, so the US president doubled down. He's tried all kinds of tactics to undermine the Fed. It began in August last year when Trump moved to remove Lisa Cook. She's a governor at the Fed. By law, the Fed is an independent body. The US president cannot remove a Fed official, including the Fed chair. So Trump's order was challenged. The matter is now in the Supreme Court. But even before a ruling could come, Trump launched his next attack. He is going after Powell directly. Last week, a criminal probe was launched against Jerome Powell. It was an unprecedented step. The probe is about a renovation at the Fed's headquarters. Powell has called the investigation politically motivated.
The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president.
It had a chilling impact on the dollar. Soon after the investigation was announced, the dollar saw its biggest decline in almost 3 weeks. There has been some recovery this week, but investors are still wary. They believe that Trump's attack could compromise the Fed. Yesterday, the White House issued a statement. It admitted that Trump is looking for a replacement for Jerome Powell.
He's in a decision-making phase. There are a few people who he likes very much for this job, maybe less than that. The truth is, like with all decisions, it's a decision for the president to make. And he said to Reuters in that interview last night that he thinks he'll be finally making that decision in the next couple of weeks. So we will see.
So whether it is the banks or the Federal Reserve, Trump is testing the system, but America's financial markets are not a laboratory. They're the largest markets in the world. The US equity markets alone are worth over $60 trillion. And they run on confidence. Once that confidence is shaken, the consequences will spread beyond American borders. But Trump appears more than willing to take that risk. Our next story is from China. Beijing is hosting a special visitor this week, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney. He met Chinese President Xi Jinping today. This is the first time in 8 years that a Canadian leader is visiting China. And the timing is important to note. Canada's ties with its neighbor, the United States, have soured. Trump's trade policies are putting pressure on the relationship, so Carney is recalibrating. Today, he announced plans to lower tariffs on Chinese EVs. In 2024, Ottawa had imposed a steep 100% tariff on them. This was under pressure from the Biden administration, but now Carney is breaking away from the US. During this visit, he also said that stronger ties with China, and I'm quoting, sets Canada up well for a new world order. That's how he put it. Here's a report.
Mark Carney is wrapping up his trip to China with some New Year gifts for Xi Jinping. Canada is cutting tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, and China is slashing duties on Canadian agricultural exports, specifically canola. It is one of Canada's top exports, and the Chinese market was all but closed off. But now that has changed. Xi Jinping has agreed to cut tariffs on Canadian canola seed from 85% down to just 15%. That is a dramatic drop and a major win for Canadian farmers. In return, Canada will allow 49,000 Chinese electric vehicles into its market. At a sharply reduced tariff of 6.1% will apply. That is down from 100%, a rate imposed last year under US pressure.
Canada has agreed to allow up to 49,000 Chinese electric vehicles into the Canadian market, with the most favored nation tariff rate of 6.1%. This is a return to the levels that existed prior to recent trade frictions.
Carney says the new measures will come into effect by March, and that this is just the beginning. Agriculture, energy, finance. These are the areas he wants to build on. For Beijing, it is a diplomatic opening. For Ottawa, it is a shift in strategy.
That we are moving ahead with our new strategic partnership.
Carney calls it a new relationship, shaped by new global realities. The Canadian Prime Minister is referring to his neighbor, the United States. The new trade deal with China is a clear departure from US policy. The reason for that are the policies of President Donald Trump, the tariffs and the constant friction.
We're focusing on areas where we can make historic gains.
Carney has long described Canada's ties with Washington as fractured. He is now doing something about it. In Beijing, he praised China's leadership and announced a new strategic partnership with China. As expected, Chinese President Xi Jinping welcomed the reset. Trust between China and Canada had collapsed in 2018. That year, Canada detained Huawei executive Meng Wanzhou. China responded by arresting 2 Canadian citizens. The diplomatic chill lasted years. Carney's visit delivers a much-awaited thaw. The new agreements stretch beyond trade. China will now allow visa-free travel for Canadian citizens. There is also movement on lumber, energy, pet food exports, and cultural ties. It is a wide-ranging agenda, and it reflects mutual interest. For Carney, the goal is diversification. For Xi, it is an opportunity. An opportunity to bring a traditionally American ally and a member of the NATO closer to the Chinese orbit. The concessions made by Ottawa are modest, but the message is not. Canada is diversifying. It is cutting its reliance on the United States and reopening doors to China.
Our next story takes us to Greenland. Europe has finally decided to flex its muscles there. It has deployed troops to the island. It sounds serious and ominous, right? Like Europe is arming the island of Greenland. But wait till you hear the number. Europe has sent less than 50 soldiers. Yes, 50. Less than 50 soldiers to secure Greenland. This is an island of 2.1 million square kilometers. If you do the math, that's 1 soldier for every 42,000 square kilometers. Now, to put that in context, that's 1 soldier for an area that is the size of Switzerland. That is Europe's Arctic deterrence. Look at the numbers, the breakup. France has sent 15 soldiers, Germany has sent 13, Finland sent 2 liaison officers, Norway, Sweden, the Netherlands and the UK are contributing small teams. Altogether, you're talking a few dozen personnel. They're part of a Danish-led exercise. It is called Operation Arctic Endurance. European officials insist this is a reconnaissance mission. But the context is very clear. Europe wants to be seen in Greenland.
From today and in the coming period, there will be an increased military presence in and around Greenland of aircraft, ships, and soldiers, including from other NATO allies. Security in the Arctic is of crucial importance for both the Kingdom of Denmark and NATO as a whole.
But why now? The reason is obviously Donald Trump. He wants to take over the island. It's something that he's been talking about for 12 months now. Trump says he needs Greenland for national security, and his argument is quite simple. If the US does not control Greenland, Russia or China will.
The problem is there's not a thing that Denmark can do about it if Russia or China wants to occupy Greenland. But there's everything we can do. You found that out last week with Venezuela. There's everything we can do about things such as that. Not going to happen. We're not, I can't rely on Denmark being able to fend themselves off.
But here's the problem. Greenland is an autonomous territory. At the same time, it is part of Denmark. Denmark is a US ally. They're both part of the NATO, the US and Denmark. The US already has a military base on the island of Greenland. It also has full military access under long-standing treaties. But Trump does not just want access, he wants ownership. So what then is Europe trying to do? Europe says this deployment sends a strong political signal, a signal to Washington, and it shows how serious this is. The NATO, as you would know, was formed in 1949. This is the first time European allies are talking about deterrence against the United States. But let's talk the military reality here. Could these troops stop a US move on Greenland? The answer is no, not even close. The US military could capture Greenland within hours. It has airlift capacity that Europe does not. It already operates the missile warning radar from the Pitufik space base. Europe too admits that this mission is not about resistance, it's about complication. They want to complicate matters. Say American troops land in Greenland tomorrow, they won't just deal with Denmark, they will be dealing with French, German, Nordic and British personnel. That turns this into a complicated mission.
Well, to your first question on Greenland, I don't think troops in Europe impact the president's decision-making process, nor does it impact his goal of the acquisition of Greenland at all.
So 50 troops won't help, but what are Europe's options right now? Currently, it has 3 real options. Option 1 is deflate. Europe needs to flatter Trump. It needs to agree that Trump has a point and then offer more NATO cooperation. The Europeans can only hope that Trump will be swayed by this, but this seems to be their current strategy. Option 2 is proper deterrence. Not 15 or 50 soldiers, but Europe needs a sizable presence. They need to be present in Greenland either permanently or on rotational basis. Also, they need to make the consequences clear. What happens if the US violates Greenland sovereignty? What will Europe do? The problem is that to do all of this, the Europeans need political courage and unity. And at this point, they have neither. Option 3 is waiting it out. Europe can just hope that Trump gets distracted. Midterms, China, Iran, something else. Europe can hope that Trump finds a new obsession and moves on. And honestly, it's their most realistic option at this point. So Europe's troop deployment to Greenland is not about defense. It's about sending a message. But messages only work if the sender has leverage. So Europe, as we see it, is waving a flag and hoping that it counts as a shield. We're not sure how long that will work. Our next story is about a reset which is in the works. For years, American universities led the world in research, but now that leaderboard is changing. Apparently, Chinese universities are moving up in global rankings, and some of America's biggest names are slipping down the list. This is not about who teaches better or who has a better campus life. It's about who publishes more research and whose work gets more referenced around the world. So what is fueling the shift? And what does it mean for America's long-held edge over others? Here's a report.
Where does the world's most influential research happen? For several years, the answer was clear. The American universities. Harvard, Stanford, or MIT. They didn't just lead global rankings, they defined them. They shaped what counted as breakthrough research and attracted the brightest minds. Latest rankings reveal something striking. That dominance is being rewritten, and the challenge is coming from China. In the latest Leiden rankings, a Chinese university now sits at number 1. Zhejiang University has taken the top spot. Harvard has slipped to the 3rd spot. And this is not a small reshuffle. 8 Chinese universities are currently in the global top 10 on that list. In the early 2000s, 7 American universities typically held those top spots. Back then, only 1 Chinese institution even made it to the top 25. But now, things are changing. So what is driving the change? It starts with what these rankings actually measure. The Leiden rankings focus narrowly on the research output. They count academic papers and how often those papers are cited. These rankings do not assess teaching quality or reflect the campus life or the full student experience. They are a research scoreboard. And by that measure, Chinese universities have surged. But this is not because the US is producing less. Harvard reportedly produces significantly more research today than it did 2 decades ago. The same is true for other major US institutions, including Stanford, Johns Hopkins, UCLA, Michigan, Penn, and the University of Washington. But now, the difference is speed. China has spent more than 2 decades expanding research capacity at scale. It has more researchers, laboratories, and funding. There has also been a strong push to publish in international journals, including English-language journals with wider reach. That brings more citations, and citations lift ranking performance. Meanwhile, American universities are dealing with fresh pressure at home. The Trump administration has been slashing federal research funding. That matters because many top US universities depend heavily on government grants to support scientific work, and research does not respond instantly. Work published today often began years earlier. So, disruptions now can reshape output later. There is also a talent question. International student arrivals have dropped to the US. In August, they were nearly 20% lower than the year before. A combination of tighter visa rules and higher costs has led many students to look elsewhere. Countries like Germany, South Korea, Japan, and France are attracting more international students. China, meanwhile, has introduced new incentives to attract researchers. This includes a visa aimed at graduates of top science and technology universities. Still, this is not the end of the American dominance. Harvard still remains first on other parameters, and US universities continue to rank strongly in broader lists that include reputation and prestige. But the signal is clear. The top tier is no longer a closed club. Research leadership is becoming more global, and the next decade may depend on who can keep funding stable, attract talent, and build for the long run.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
So what it is, the fight with Ajit Pawar is real and there's no question of reconciliation. And here they are, viewers, stuck like glue. Obviously, the public feels that you don't respect their intelligence. Isn't it, Mr. Gawande? And let me bring in Sanju Verma also. Mr. Gawande, quick one. First explain this volte-face. What is this volte-face for?
Let me first start off once again by congratulating Sanju Verma and Susie Bain on their victories today. I think it's a moment of introspection. We must accept this verdict with grace. And I think to start off with, that is the lesson that we draw from this election. Now,
both me and Sanju are glowing.
Yeah, never heard him being so complimentary. Maybe he'll also join you guys in the next by the next month.
He's also glowing. He's also glowing.
No.
Okay, anyhow, explain this contradiction. Coming back to the point. Come on.
We've always known that alliances made at the local election level are not representative of alliances at the state level or at the national level. This has been the case in Maharashtra in the past when the NCP and the Congress have fought separately and the Shiv Sena and the BJP have fought separately. Indeed, it's been the case this election where the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde was this close to coming into our alliance in Pune, right? So in many ways, these are not alliances that are unusual or unnatural at the local body election level. Time and again, the clarification has come out that no proposal has been put forward for a merger or a coming together of the two NCPs at the state level and the national level. And I don't think that's even in question right now.
Okay, 1 second. When the Pawar family itself comes out and says, Supriya Sule, heir apparent of Mr. Sharad Pawar, comes out and says, the fight with Ajit Pawar is real and there's no question of reconciliation. The voter is expected to believe. And I've heard you on my show saying that Ajit Pawar was corrupt and he was taken by the BJP, which just shows how much opportunistic they are. You said this to me on this show.
No, I said very clearly that unfortunately the BJP, which labeled those allegations against Ajit Dada, is the one taking him on their side.
Okay, so viewers, basically you were trying to hit at the BJP for being hypocritical by suggesting in not so many words that yes, Ajit Pawar, doesn't have the cleanest reputation. You pride yourself as being a party that is above corruption and so on and so forth. But look at the alliance of convenience. That's what you were saying. Okay, now you see you can do a somersault. It's fine. You're not going to get into the BJP that easily. Let me tell you this. I just want to quickly bring in Sanju Verma on this point. Sanju Verma, what is the national message? Everyone is going to try and bring this back to Maharashtra, but there's a bigger message. It's clear.
Thank you, Rahul. I've come in 22 minutes into the debate, but I must appreciate you have an elephantine memory. And And I don't think anybody can get past you in terms of what they've said in their previous debates and try and, navigate the situation currently, which is what one of the spokespersons was trying to do. But I don't want to make this between me versus him. I want to start by quoting a few lines which Devendra Fadnavis said during his campaign trail. And I think they're very pertinent to the discussion we are having today. In 2 seconds. हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए, इसी हिमालय से कोई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए, आज यह दीवार पर्दों की तरह हिलने लगी, शर्त लेकिन थी कि ये बुनियाद हिलनी चाहिए, शर्त लेकिन थी कि ये बुनियाद हिलनी चाहिए। एंड बुनियाद हिल चुकी है। बुनियाद उद्धव ठाकरे की हिल गई, बुनियाद कांग्रेस की हिल गई, बुनियाद द पवार सेक्शन की हिल गई, बुनियाद राज ठाकरे की हिल गई। Coming back, switching back to English, I just want to say a few things. A, the triple engine model is going to work wonders. There is always a quid pro quo in any relationship between voters and the people they choose by having their index finger.
Shots, images that tell the story. The Olympic flame stops by an iconic monastery in Italy's Lombardy. NVIDIA unveils a new AI platform dedicated to autonomous driving, and in France, farmers protest on tractors against Europe's trade deal with Latin America. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1991, the Persian Gulf War broke out. It was triggered by Iraq's occupation of Kuwait. The US-led coalition launched airstrikes on Iraqi targets. Within weeks, Kuwait was liberated and a ceasefire was declared. It was the first major military conflict since the end of the Cold War. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next week.
Que vai. Solo loro, per favore, signora, per favore. Solo due operatori. Guarda avanti. Drive safely.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh. John Wall, big breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin. There is a major security operation in the Kharan area of Balochistan, ladies and gentlemen. What we are learning is that reports suggest that the Balochistan Liberation Army fighters have raided the Kharan city police station and freed multiple captives. The BLA fighters have looted 3 banks. Now, as per reports, all communications in the area have been jammed and blocked. in Karan as well as the surrounding areas inside Balochistan as the gunfight is still underway. 12 BLA fighters have been killed as per the reports which are coming in, with 3 key suspects currently in custody. Reports also state that 2 Pakistan security personnel have been killed and 5 soldiers have been injured. These are inputs brought to us by Investigations Editor Manoj Gupta as we open the late night edition with this big piece of news that's coming in from Pakistan. I'm joined by my colleague Siddhant Mishra on the broadcast. So Siddhant, when it comes to the BLA insurgency, things are only going from bad to worse. A daring attack in the Karan area by the Balochistan Liberation Army.
Well, that's right. So, Ayushman, this input has been brought to us by Securities Editor Manoj Gupta. Now, Manoj is reporting for us that Balochistan Karan sieged, BLA looted banks and freed companions. In fact, Manoj has also accessed video exclusively for CNN News 18. Pakistan Security Forces massive operation continues in Karan. BLA claims 5 Pakistani soldiers killed, 12 BLA fighters killed, 3 key suspects arrested. In fact, communication jammed, mobile phone services suspended in Karan and surrounding areas. Now, Balochistan Liberation Army's fighter reportedly overran the Karan city police station last and freed multiple companions. BLA fighters have looted 3 banks, National Bank of Pakistan, Mizan Bank and Bank Al Habib. The amount of looted cash is unknown still. According to latest reports, all communications, including, are jammed and blocked in Karan and surrounding areas. The clashes and intense exchange of firing continued till late night between Baloch separatists, fighters and Pakistan security forces. As government sources in Balochistan, the Pakistan security forces successfully foiled the coordinated terrorist attack in Karan. 12 BLA fighters were killed, 3 key suspects arrested. That's what government sources are telling Manoj. Reports of 2 Pakistan security forces personnel killed and 5 soldiers injured during the ongoing operation in Karan.
Right, Siddhant, please stay with us because shifting focus from Pakistan, that's the big news that's coming in from Balochistan. But talking about the unrest that's currently underway in Iran, the MEA has stated that there are over 9,000 Indian nationals in the country and many are students, pilgrims and traders. The MEA has asked those in Iran to leave the country immediately and advised Indian nationals to not visit Iran. Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Siddhant, clearly that message coming in from the MEA given the escalation of the unrest inside Iran. This also comes in as Donald Trump has moved his carrier strike force closer to the Middle East to counter any kind of action by the proxy Iranian groups as the situation goes from bad to worse inside the country.
Well, that's right. In fact, this question was asked to Ministry of External Affairs as a spokesperson, Mr. Ranveer Jaiswal, that what is Indian government's assessment on the situation unfolding in Iran and what is the situation of Indian nationals in Iran, to which the spokesperson said that we have 9,000 Indian people in Iran. Most of them are students, pilgrims and traders. In fact, MEA did issue 2 advisories, and in fact there is a separate advisory which came from the embassy, Indian embassy in Tehran, and asking people not to travel and those in Iran to leave Iran through their transport means. Now, MEA has to say that we are monitoring situation. Whatever is required, we will be doing. In fact, there are also plans that if required, there could be a possible evacuation also. But right now, given the kind of reports emerging from Iran, in fact, there are a couple of videos also which have been released by students. Now, students are saying that they're safe. The universities are taking good care of students. No need to panic, etc., etc. So it's right now, Ayushman, it's a wait and watch moment for the students and also for the government, because slowly and steadily, normalcy is returning back to Iran in terms of the riots and arson, etc., which were taking place from last 15 days. So that has finally ended. And normalcy is returning back, but the fear is all about the possible U.S. Military intervention or a cyber attacks or some kind of a kinetic action. Right. Perhaps that is something which could take place. That is anticipated. So right now, wait and watch. Whatever is required, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India is ready to do. In fact, all preparations have already been done. But the airspace is open, Ayushman. The flights are coming to India. In fact, whoever wants to come, they can come by their own means. And in fact, many of the students are returning also tonight.
Right.
This is what.
But that precautionary advisory has come in from the Ministry of External Affairs, given the escalation on the ground and the possible intervention of US forces inside Iran, given the dire security situation there. Thank you, Siddhant, for decoding that for us. Shifting focus back home, more breaking news coming in. Right ahead of the Kerala state elections, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has hit out at the BJP, saying that there are malicious attempts underway to make the Muslim community second-class citizens, from the CAA to attacks on places of worship, banning hijab in educational institutions and cutting minority scholarships. The BJP is circumventing the law to target the Muslim community, is the pitch that's coming from the Kerala Chief Minister against the Saffron Party. I'm joined by my colleague Neetu Rekhukumar on the broadcast. So Neetu, a stinging attack from the head of the LDF union when it comes to taking on the BJP ahead of the elections.
That's correct. Very strong comments coming in from Kerala Chief Minister. He was speaking at the Kerala Muslim Jamaat Kerala Yatra. It was led by Kantapuram A. Abubakar Musliar, and this ended in Thiruvananthapuram today. So on that venue, there was opposition leader V.D. Satishan, senior Congress leaders Tharoor as well as Ramesh Chennithala, BJP's B. Muralidharan were all in that venue when the Chief Minister spoke about these things. He went on to say that the central government and some governments of North India are making moves targeting the Muslim community.